We should be live. I'll double check it. I don't know.
Welcome, everyone.
Yes, we're good.
Hello. Another week, another episode.
Another day, another
Greetings.
time.
And some lightning.
Yeah.
As the world turns. Wait.
All right.
Wow, that's loud. I don't know if,
That
I don't know if that's
lovely,
coming through.
jibber jabber to open up the session. Thanks to everybody who survived that. And greetings to all our viewers, and welcome to episode 5 of the Tales of Winternock, the Tale of Cybil's Spear, our live play D&D 5e game. And I'm Silver, and as always, I'll be your storyteller this evening. And with me are our players. And we'll start off introductions with Dustin.
Hello, I'm Dustin, and I will be playing Alfred.
AJ.
Hello, I'm AJ, and I play our Wildfire Druid Zedri.
Pope.
Hello, I am Pope, and I play Vault the Rogue.
Conrad.
Hi, I'm Conrad, and I play our party's warlock, Salinas.
Jeff.
I'm Jeff, and I play our party's Bear Totem Barbarian.
And last but not least, even though he does tend to be last on this list for some reason, Ernie.
My name is Ernie, and I'll be playing our mustache-twirling good guy, Kiesel.
Good guy.
All right, before we begin, we want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, as always, thanks to Sirenscape for our amazing ambient sound effects and music. Disclaimer, Tales of Winternock is not affiliated with either of these companies other than the use of their products, but we are happy to have those products available. With that, on to tonight's tale. Last episode, the party boarded the Dark Maiden and disembarked for Barall. After a short while on the seas, Captain Clever Eye invited Alfred and Zedri to try their hands at firing the ship's ballista. Alfred happily agreed, while Zedri backed away and decided to go find the rest of the party. And after several misfires, Alfred's attacks, as well as Kiesel's, provoked what seemed to be like a fish to emerge from the ocean and take flight. The creature soon began attacking the ship's crew, and joined by another, slaughtered 3 members of the crew and nearly killed several members of the party before being downed with the aid of the crew, and in particular First Mate Zircon, who was incredibly wounded himself. The passengers of the Dark Maiden, whom survived, passed a quiet remainder of their day in contemplation of the morning's activities, and passed away the rest of that day aboard the ship before retiring for the evening. And our tale resumes tonight with the party awakening the next morning aboard the ship. As you each awaken, which I will go through one by one with each of you, to the swaying of the Dark Maiden as bursts across the waves, you're greeted by the smell of aromatic herbs from the galley next door. The scent of sage and oregano swirl through your nostrils, joined by the smell of cooking meat stirring you from your slumber. Your eyes are struck by the sound, or your ears are struck by the sound of murmuring voices outside your locked chambers. Likely the crew grabbing their morning meal. Vault, you awaken slowly, painfully, reeling from the effects of your drunken commiserating the night before.
Who do I see around me in the room?
The rest of the party is there. They are all still asleep at that point. You, looking around, you see them slumbering, some stirring a little bit, and also notice on the floor, the bottle that you vaguely remember drinking a large portion of the night before is sitting tipped over, partially empty. Strong smell of spilled alcohol coming from beneath you, which, combined with the crashing of the waves against the ship, pounding headache.
That's not feeling great. All right. So Vault will kind of groggily stir from his hammock and try to nimbly get down to the ground, press to digitate that alcohol off the floor, and clean that bottle up, plug it back up, and put it back in his bag.
Okay, as you finish cleaning that up and putting the bottle back into your bag, Salinas, your senses illuminated by the smells and sounds around you, you awaken to see Vault stashing the bottle back into his bag and preparing for his day.
Good morning. How are you doing today, Walt?
Well, I felt better. To be honest, I feel like I should get some fresh air. My head is killing me. How are you?
Oh, doing all right. I didn't drink half a bottle of whiskey last night. Here, Salinas will like fumble, have to like kick off his bedroll a little bit and stand up, walk over to Vault. I can help with that if you would like.
Oh, please. I'd take anything at this moment.
Take thumb onto his forehead and cast Lesser Restoration.
Ooh. Talk about curing a hangover.
That is. Oh, that is quite great. I can smell, and my head feels clear. Thank you so much.
No problem. I would also recommend probably getting a good breakfast in you. That would also help.
Maybe something on the lighter side.
As you are completing this exchange, Alfred, the smells and sounds get to you as well as the sounds of your friends and their light, soft discussion. You have completed the first day of your trip, and while it was a tense one, it included the death of a few of your fellow sailors, you survived, find yourself for the most part safe, despite still being stuck at sea.
Alfred will sort of roll around for a bit as he like slowly wakes up. He'll roll to his side, and is he on like a floor level bed? Like,
Yeah, you guys just have bedrolls on the floor.
okay.
Other than Vault, who brought a cot with him, so.
So he'll roll over, and I imagine that Cybil is like either at his head or like by him. So he'll roll over and start like giving her like a little bit of scratches in the morning.
She leans into him, but then just like rolls over and just like I'm gonna stay sleeping and just enjoy the scratches and the pets.
For a bit, he'll sort of like get himself together and just slowly get up and try and make his way to the mess. See if he can get something to eat. Just if he sees anyone up, like he'll just like give him a little like good morning, but he'll just like almost like he needs a cup of morning coffee.
Okay.
Not quite awake yet.
Vault, Salinas, as Alfred tunnel visions for exit of the room to hit the galley. Any response?
I think I'll roll along. Kind of
Just sort of just do kind of like a slight wave and go back and like keep messing with get my stuff out of my bag and start kind of getting ready for the day.
All right. As the three of you start, or as the two of you start heading for the door for the galley, and Salinas is prepping his stuff, the rest of you do finally stir yourselves awake with the smells and the sound of walking on the planks below you, the crashing of the waves against the side of the ship. Seems to be soft seas outside, but they definitely rock you back awake.
Salinas, the fucking boat's rocking. Salinas. Oh. Who else would I see? Who are the remaining goofballs? Zedri and...
Everybody would still be in the room, just
everyone would
Alfred
still-
and Vault would be at the door about ready to exit.
Morning, everybody. How did we sleep?
Slept better before?
I slept amazing.
I
It's
bet.
fine.
Tell me, do we still have 3 days left on this fucking boat?
Don't remind me.
Oh, jeez, don't confirm it for me either. I guess we should maybe get up and going before the crew eats all the tasty slop they've got prepared for us.
Do you
Your
think it's
fear is
fish?
Your first is gonna sniff the air and be like, it smells better than what I'm used to.
I don't know,
You
maybe
get
could
that
be
distinct smell of the herbs from before, as well as cooked meat. Pretty much place it as chicken.
Spore chicken.
doesn't have a scaly smell, so maybe they've
No.
dried out some chicken or beef or something. So, you know, not that I wouldn't mind just hanging out and talking, but we should maybe help around the ship, given there's a couple less hands around here. I'm still trying to schmooze the captain, to be honest with you, but he's kind of a hard egg to boil. And then I talked to the other guy who almost died, but he really enjoys staring into the beauty of the ocean, so I don't feel like I'm making any friends so far.
I can talk to him today if you need me to. If we're trying to endear ourselves to them.
I just want to rub elbows and be on kind of good terms, you know? Always good to build relationships in a working environment.
Oh, I'll go work on the deck of the ship today for get some breakfast and talk to the crew that I meet.
All right, as you make your way out of your locked room, quickly find yourself face to face with a large number of crew members who are all lining up to move their way through the galley. You get in line, pick up your plate with a smile from Vandana, and she gives you a plate with roughly the piece of chicken the size of about half a chicken breast, a variety of pieces handed out to everybody. Seem to be pretty well seasoned with the herbs you smelled earlier. On the side of the plate is a nice, decent-sized slice of bread, and there's a little bit of a sauce coming off the chicken as well. And she directs you down the hall where the rest of the crew are collecting brown bottles from a crate. You've been through the routine the day before and know that the bottles contain a pretty weak ale meant to substitute for water without getting everyone drunk. And pick that up, take it where you wish to consume your morning meal. Where's everybody headed?
Is there a place that most of the crew eats? Is there a convention about this, or is it just kind of like everyone grabs their food and scatters?
Pretty much everybody scatters off to wherever they're working at. Some people go above deck, preferring that as a better environment to eat in. Some people stay on the deck you're on, head off to their quarters. Yeah, there's not really a central location that people are eating in.
If y'all don't mind, I'll go ahead and run some of my food to Cybil. Alfred, I don't want you to have to give her pieces of your meal every day. I don't mind sharing some of mine. I'm probably not going to eat this. And he points at the chicken.
If you don't have to do that, I don't mind. I mean, I sort of take responsibility for most of her.
But if you're not gonna eat it, I guess I would want it to go to waste.
As they're having this conversation, Kiesel will just go, "Here you go," and I'll rip off a piece of my chicken and just feed it to her, like, in passing.
Oh, I guess that works. Maybe not directly from
where you are eating from, it like maybe we should separate that so she doesn't like learn to come around the table.
As she starts to nuzzle in on Kiesel, too, like,
Oh,
more.
yeah, now you've done it.
Oh, she's
go
a
sit
good
it
girl.
out
She
for him.
deserves to be spoiled.
Cetri's gonna walk back towards the room and try to like set a plate in like the corner, just taking the bread off and kind of nibbling on that.
Alfred, dear, where are you planning on having your meal?
I'll probably just sit back out in the room.
Or mind if we talk a little bit over breakfast?
Oh, sure, I don't mind at all.
Sounds good.
Anything in particular?
Oh, I was a bit curious about your homeland, in fact.
Oh, well, what about it? I can tell you many things.
Head back to the room. Well, I was curious about well, I know you had sort of spoken about how it's sort of your own village and your various clans. Is there any sort of centralized relationship, some sort of ruling council or anything that how the different clans interact?
Not really, no. I mean, if someone decides to have peace, it's whoever leads the village that goes to the other, and normally conversation over drinks and food.
Fair enough. Have there been any historically, has there been any times where different clans might band together to do things, to attack something or to try and survive the winter or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, no. Maybe one or two grouping together against one other tribe, but beyond that, no.
Oh, so there hasn't ever been a time when sort of all the tribes banded together to face one threat?
That would be
Sort
a
of-
day.
Sort of form a grand army? No, that's not a.
That would be an amazing sight to see, but
Well,
none
I'm
of
sure.
not many of the tribe leaders get along with each other.
Yeah, right now I was wondering if it maybe happened in the past, any time.
Well, there's always been a large, giant population, and many of them tend to stick to their own. They have their own small communities that they prefer staying that way.
Good enough. Just been thinking on some things that some information I got a while ago. Trying to piece some things back together.
I suppose the largest of the clans are mainly merfolk. They're on the opposite side of the country. There'd probably be the size of multiple clans together, but the largest in my area would be Clan Felsnick, majorly vampire.
Is that the one that got absolutely obliterated by the dragon?
No, that's a different one.
We're going to you have to. Someone's going to have to deal with that at some point too.
Yeah, eventually.
Are you worried about your family?
For the dragon? I'm worried for the dragon more than my people. Father's killed one already. I see no reason why him and everyone else in the village together couldn't. I haven't
True.
seen this dragon myself, but suppose if it's anything like the one he slew, wouldn't be too much of an issue. He's a bit older than he was back then, but
Or
don't tell him that.
just always frightening when you hear about whole towns being wiped off the map like that.
Yeah. We've always been used to losing and rebuilding, losing, rebuilding. It's almost a part of life. Everyone raids everybody, so in the end we all survive, for the most part.
Except the ones who don't, of course.
Where did the rest of everybody go?
I would have liked to have followed Vault's. I wanted to have talked to a Vault.
Vault, where were you going?
I would be going above deck towards the nose of the ship. I want to get my inner ear stable after a rough night.
Cedri, Alfred.
It's funny because Alfred would also be going above deck to the nose of the ship to get his stable. Because that's the best place to do it.
Yep.
Zitri went down and dropped off the plate, but afterwards he would kind of come up, but just sit probably on like nearby like railing instead of going to the nose of the ship.
Already at the nose.
I don't want to put too much weight at the front of the ship, so we'll keep it to 3 people.
All 50 pounds of me, man. I'll be weighing this down.
Yeah, Alfred's so heavy.
Does Cybil weigh
Since
more
you-
than I do?
Yeah.
So as you go up above onto the main deck, greeted by the cold temperatures, and around you, members of the crew pick away at their food and drink, lightly converse with each other. They all seem to steer clear of you and your friends, with the exception of a few claps on the back. Thanks from a minority of the crew members. Just casual, thanks, head nod. Mood's pretty somber. Plenty of people that are a little bit down over everything that happened the day before. Looking about, the sails seem to be pretty full from the low winds flowing across the deck. And as you see no sign of eudoxia anywhere, it's pretty safe to assume that the winds are natural winds, casting the boat in the right direction. And a good sign of should be good sailing ahead.
Voltavius, how are you feeling?
Well, I woke up feeling a lot worse than I do now. Much thanks to Salinas for... he's got one hell of a thumb, you know? Just put it on your head and suddenly your headache's gone.
It's the slight pressure. It really gets into those pressure points,
Truly.
considering the center of thinking is about right here. You have a center of balance and then you have a center of thinking, so it's and I would also suggest maybe getting some fresh water or maybe some fresh squeezed juices, but Salinas' thumb isn't always a good alternative.
Yes. And how are you this morning? How's your chicken? I assume that's what's on his plate.
It's delicious. Yeah, I'm just kind of picking at it, kind of moving it around, soaking up some of the sauce. I fed it some to the dog, and she really liked it. So, I think she's gonna be my new best friend. I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Yeah, Cybil's still at your hip. Abandoned Alfred there. So.
Yes, I think actually we're going to be very good best friends. But, that was really intense, and you handled yourself. All things equal, with you being cut up, that was very impressive.
Well, I was luckily saved. Could have been anyone, but you died for me, so...
Almost felt like it. But did you get taught that somewhere? Is that just natural? You know, you just picked up a sword and started dancing around with it? Or...
About 20 years of training with Eunice will give you a little bit of a heads up on the way a crossbow works.
Oh, no shot. Maybe I could ask her for some lessons.
Actually, our whole family trains in a variety of, I guess you might say, roguish arts. You know, there's a training room downstairs. Have you been there?
Yeah, I'm a little familiar. Yeah, I've made myself acquainted with the training rooms, and so have the training dummies been acquainted with my blade. So, if there's any sort of damage, I can maybe repay for them, because I get kind of intense.
Well, it would explain why one of them was without a head before we left.
It's, you know, they go flying, but...
It's that glaive of yours.
Oh,
Little
yes.
rapier does more pokes and stabs and less slicey chops.
Well, you know, it's for when you really, really, really want something really dead. Men tend to not argue on the other side of this.
I can see why.
You know, I was actually just gonna come up and ask you about your family. I know you had mentioned they have some sort of agency to keep tabs on people.
Yes, we do have a small network of those who keep eyes and ears.
How small is small?
What sort of information do you need?
You know, that's kind of the tricky question. I'm not too sure. I have a list of names of individuals that I think maybe be in my best interest to at least kept up a little bit with. At least, I don't know, maybe some sort of outreach, if that's even, you know, might not even be safe to do that, but I just, you know, being in jail for a couple of years, you kind of lose contact with your friends.
Are they all in Telluria?
I would imagine so. At least they all work for the Tellurian government in some form, so...
Oh my. If you have the list, you could give it to me, but to be honest, until we get back home, I really can't tap our network.
And that kind of was a follow-up question. If you kind of had any sort of Barallian connections on this side of the pond, or is that
well,
a little...
if we do, I would unfortunately have to ask my brother. He actually kind of runs the day-to-day handling the information that comes in. And beyond that, if it would be any connection, it would be a connection of perhaps my father's or mother's.
Would it be unfortunate to have to reach out for your brother because you don't know the answer now, or is it because he's like...
He has all the paperwork.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just...
I didn't know if that was like a...
Oh, he's fine. He's better than me, honestly. But maybe someday I'll catch up.
Sure. And Kiesel will go and reach out from his journal, and he rips out a page and hands it to Vault, and I'm gonna send that in a little ding-a-doo.
Excellent.
Some of these people I may be related to, so that's why this one, he's I think we talked about him. He's, you know, and then the other people that I was friends with during Granian. Yeah.
Are there any on here that are more sensitive than others?
Well, of course, the general, but
I'd be happy to see what we can do. And as he's saying this, I just actually want to pull my notebook out and just check that kind of bookmarked page, and just kind of keep tabs on that between now and when we make landfall. I assume there's nothing going on there, right?
No, there's nothing's happening.
Cool. Then, do you mind if I just put this in here? And when we get back, I could get this information and we can.
Yeah, if
If
that's
it
how you need to keep
costs
it.
something, then we can figure out what it might cost. But it
Um,
just depends on who we have to ask.
Yes, and I'll kind of like, before he kind of shuts it away, just point on the thing. Amen might be the easiest, least sensitive, but the hardest to track in person because he might be on a boat. Isabel, she might be the hardest because she works for the spy master.
As he's
Mara.
saying this, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are there people around as this conversation's happening? Like, how many people are around us?
Birds around.
Well, there's
Oh,
Alfred.
hey guys, what you talking about?
There's Alfred and Cybil, but like that's fine. I don't care
No.
about them hearing
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But like,
I mean, there's other people around, but nobody like really close by, and nobody seems to be paying any attention to you.
all right, cool. I just
Other
want
than Alfred.
Yeah, all right. Because otherwise, I would be like, let's talk about this other times. Okay, cool. Sorry.
Yeah, so like pointing at the thing. Isabel might be the hardest. She was sent to study under the spy master, so that might be the most sensitive, but at the same time, Mara was sent to be in the work hall. So
Is your
those-
sister on this list?
they're both my sisters.
Oh, Ostlin.
My yes, brother, sister.
Yes. I'd be happy to see what we can do on that front.
I would just, yeah, that would be great. And
we can
I
handle
prob-
information discreetly. It'll be fine.
Yeah. And if there's anything I would have to pay, or any sort of thing,
I can't know the
Um,
cost until we know the cost, and I'm not the appraiser. I'm sorry.
I know, but I understand that part.
We can
you
pay.
know what I mean? Yeah.
It will get done.
By any means, yes.
And I'll give him a slap on the shoulder and say, well, we can take heart in that. And we can take heart in this. And then I'll, like, start eating. Just
Well, I've just been sitting here feeding the dog that I might need to ask for a little bit more.
Well, oh god, now you've really trained her to ask for it straight from your plate.
I mean, it was from my hand, and I don't see any kibble, anything to feed her, so I figured this would just be good. She uses just as maybe more energy than we do.
Well, right. I'm not saying not to feed her. I appreciate you feeding her. I was gonna feed her literally the same thing, but it's the act of separating it from our food. You know?
Yeah, but she's the best and deserves the best food, so that has to be our food.
Isn't she the best? And I'm going to start petting her. Alright.
Or just gives a big sigh and like under his breath you hear him mutter like, I tried.
I tried.
like the defeated dad.
All right, so how does everyone choose to spend their second day aboard the ship?
There's a ship's engineer, correct? There's like a craftsman, I guess, or
That'd be the bosun.
the bosun. Yes.
Angelique.
Okay. I will go to them and offer my services. I will describe the fact that I've devised an instrument to help lift objects up and down and using levitate. I have general like mending abilities and whatnot. I can help with the ship.
Okay. Zedri, what are you doing today?
Zedri's gonna go ahead and try to help as much as he can with the sails, seeing if there's maybe any like patching that they need, or if not, maybe seeing if like what flame he has can go ahead and be used to kind of expedite the winds a little bit through heating them. But also, his staff does spark at his side in the morning, and I'm gonna go ahead and roll the charges that it recovers because I used them yesterday. So it's this plus 4, so I'm back at max.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sidru's independent today. He'll be singing.
What about Vol?
Honestly, I want to test all the doors. So I would be trying to either find the keys to test them or someone who's in charge of them if it seems like there's a securities personnel beyond the first mate. I'd like to do that, and then after that, pretty much we're on Chill Street. Whenever I'm not on the top of the deck, I'll be in the our little cabiny hold area, hanging out, playing with my lock.
Okay.
They don't have a shrine or anything, like a prayer shrine on the deck on
No.
the ship. Okay, yeah, I didn't figure.
Salinas, what are you doing for the second day at sea?
Salinas is going to be splitting his day. He's going to be in the galley again, helping chop vegetables or you know, whatever prep work Cook needs. And he's going to spend the other half of the day in their little space writing letters. Or writing. He looks like he's writing. So often he'll his bill and like scribble through the whole thing, crumple up the paper, and try starting again.
Okay. Alfred, how are you spending your day?
Alfred would just be doing whatever work or helping whatever work needs to be done on the ship itself. Trying to get to know the crew while doing so. Pick up on any rumors and whatever.
Okay. Kiesel, how are you spending your day?
Kiesel, maybe even a little out of character, would like to go and spend some one-on-one time with the cook. I want to go down there and make myself as useful as possible. Any sort of cleaning, any sort of cooking, food prep, field prep, doesn't matter to Kiesel because he's gonna do it. Raw beef, cooked chicken, anything that lady needs, because it's a lady, right? Vandana?
Yes.
All right, he's gonna spend a lot of time with Vandana, and maybe even try to like chit chat a little bit and stuff to get to know her, because she's the one preparing the food. So that's what Kiesel will do.
There's your Vandana.
Look at her shoulders. That's a strong woman.
All right. So, Alfred, over the course of the day, you help Anjali with fixing, odds and ends, little leaks spring up, stuff like that. Nothing really major. She's a little bit full of herself. She's pretty big on she's the best at what she does. She's pretty confident in that. She seems competent, that she knows what she's doing, so it's not like it's completely false,
Right.
but a little bit big-headed on it. She asks you lots of questions. She is definitely one who likes to know anything she can know. How open are you with her in sharing information?
What types of questions is she asking? Is she asking like how my
Not really about like how any of your magics work or anything like that. More so like who you are, where you're from, how'd you get here, how'd you get employed with Honoria.
Alfred will be willing to give like some like general background. He's not necessarily intentionally being coy or anything, but he's not necessarily the most open guy from the get-go. So he will answer, but kind of reservedly. Depends on like how pressing she is.
Well, let's see how pressing she is.
With that being said,
Not very well. She
All
got
right.
a 2 on her charisma check, so
yeah,
yeah,
she'll
she
she'll
isn't
know,
going to
like-
pry anything out of you don't want to say.
Yeah. Okay. She'll know like general Alfred lore.
Okay. You give me a persuasion check.
Hurt.
See
Beat
it?
a 15.
First roll.
Damn!
Beat it.
Nice.
What do you want to know?
20 on the first roll.
I will shoot a like Alfred is not the well, I guess this is kind of hard to say with this, but he's not the most like versed in social situations. So he will
With a 20 you are today. So
as I said, kind of hard to say it now, but he'll shoot her back like question for question, and then he'll also sort of like try and figure out like in a roundabout way, like why is she so like full of herself? Like what kind of got her to this point? If he can like steer the conversation that way.
okay.
Like if there's like someone that like really like upset her in her like formative years.
Who are
Like,
you?
yes, we'll hurt you.
The story you get back from her is she's kind of bounced around. Her family bounced around port to port, working on different ships, was raised on a boat, learned her trade that way. Never really had a home, no real place to set down roots. And so the only thing she knows is being good at what she does and being good on a ship and attempting to live up to being the best that she can be at it. You get a little bit of a chink in the armor as to being that like she doesn't 100% believe that she's the best at what she can do, but that she's getting there. She's confident that she's getting there.
Alfred will spend the entire day like trying to like find things to help her, like or like trying to like find things that she does well. Like Alfred, oh my God, Alfred wants to like make sure that she feels okay. He knows how this is. He knows those expectations.
All right. Give me another persuasion check.
Oh dear Lord.
Advantage because he got a nat 20.
That got him his information.
Yeah. Oh.
I'll say at this point in time, between what happened the day before and the efforts made that you guys were able to get in good with the crew because you guys saved the day, that, yeah, maybe there's some fault that goes into tying the incident happening, but they are all well-weathered sailors at this point in time. They know this stuff happens and these creatures attack, so nobody really harbors any ill will towards you. So, despite failing in that save, I'm not going to say that she's been developed as being she's a contact that you can go back to, but she's definitely on a friendly station with you at this point. Get along well. You'll get a good, kind regard in the hallway.
That's all.
All right. Fault.
Sir,
Reaching out to the security personnel, eh?
if there is one.
Well, that would be your good pal, Zircon.
Oh, yeah.
He does
He
not
is
like
Oh,
me.
yeah.
All right, I'm
Give me
going...
a persuasion to
All right.
get him to cooperate with you on your security checks you want to make.
Absolutely, this will be fine. This is gonna go fine, everybody.
Yeah.
Fine.
That'll be fine, Mr. Zircon.
If he
You're
rolls
on my
higher
list.
than an 18, bro, I'm just going back to bed.
Does
Like,
Zircon even still have a tongue after yesterday's incidents, bro? He went through like a razor blade. He went through like a pencil
It's a
sharpener.
gut shot.
softened him up for today.
Oof! Just got there.
Looks like you're staying up.
He's a little bit reluctant, but he goes along with seeing the potential purpose behind your search and why you're wanting to check this stuff out, knowing what your mission is. So he agrees to, doesn't give you the keys, but he'll go with you to check the locks so you can inspect and see how everything works.
Sure.
Give me an investigation.
Absolutely. I love rolls like that. Dude, I can't wait till I get advantage on these. It's gonna be so good.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, with 17, you're able to inspect all the locks, see they're all in working order. The one seems to have been tampered with, but you're well aware of that, because you did the tampering.
Yes.
But
I broke a
otherwise,
pick
the
in
three
it.
locks all work. There are locks on a couple other doors,
Okay.
but Zircon indicates that they're never locked, that they don't ever lock those doors other than because they're below deck. So
Right, it's kind of
if
a
they lock
safety
the
hazard.
door to the basement, it doesn't really matter to lock the doors inside the basement.
Right. Question about the locks. Like, what are the relative complexities? Like, are these ones that like a non-proficient person could be reasonably expected to break through, or are they like you're gonna need some? Like, obviously the captain's door is pretty resilient, but the rest of them.
So
Basically,
relative
DC check. What are the
DCs with the
DCs?
17? The captain's quarters has a DC 20
Cool.
lock on it. The other two locks that you inspect are DC 15 locks.
Oh, okay. So they're pretty good.
So they're still pretty capable locks.
Oh, nice. Excellent.
As to relative brute force could break them open, yeah, they're wooden doors.
Right,
There's
yeah.
a good chance that a well-armed Jofredier could break through there. Without
Imagine
too much effort.
anybody in our team could probably shoulder through a door.
In fact, he has 2 good arms.
He has 2 good arms. Okay, cool. I'm satisfied. I will not be fussing about trying to change the locks.
Okay.
They seem fine.
All right. Salinas. Trying to recall, did we do rolls with Vandana last time for developing rapport? And we were successful in that, correct?
And he kept the stew from sliding off, or the tea, right?
Yes, there was
That
that
was-
nice deck save in there.
That was Zedri. I was
was-
one that got like a 20 something on peeling
Yes,
potatoes.
That was the potato peel.
He's
Yeah.
cut those potatoes real good.
Extra crispy and soft.
So, Kiesel joining in on that part of things. You guys are both going to be working in the kitchens. We'll say that Salinas has already developed a pretty good rapport with Vandana, but Salinas, if you want to make another persuasion check and
Gladly.
swing with Kiesel.
I would absolutely just be schmooze town. Like I would be like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, anything you need help with, I am your knife and you are my cutting.
Whew.
Kiwi.
Wait, I had to make one too, or did he just have to make one?
Yeah, you need to as well. Salinas, with your 27 persuasion check, I'm not even going to roll for her because she's got a -1 modifier.
Oh. Oh.
So, yeah, she is fast friends with you at this point in time. Very happy getting along with you. Actually, I'm going to roll it just to see how bad it is, but
It's gonna be better
it is
than an
bad.
8.
okay. So you schmooze with this is still Salinas. You schmooze with Vandana well enough to the point that give me a insight check.
Ooh, not quite as good at those. Quite
Okay.
as good at those.
You're kind of oblivious to it, but she's definitely flirting, and Kiesel, give me an insight check.
Kiesel's very insightful. That was almost a nat 20.
Yeah, Kiesel knows that she's flirting with Salinas. Salinas is oblivious to it.
Oh.
He is focused on making those potatoes julienne, so...
What she likes.
Kiesel, your persuasion check with Vandana. Do you have an 8?
Come on.
Yeah, she's a bit too smitten with Salinas at this point in time that she's really not paying a lot of attention to you. It's not any sort of negative energy, just a matter of, do you need to be here? Alone time would probably be preferable.
I'm probably sticking my neck out for Salinas by staying here then. I don't know. We eat here, man.
Salinas isn't going to be in the galley for the whole day either.
Yeah, so eventually Salinas leaves, and you're left alone with Vandana.
Yeah, I'm here on like second shift, and once like Salinas leaves, she's like, "All right, anyway, can you like mop this and do that? And can you just like not fuck around and stuff?" And it's like, "Oh, cool. Oh, thanks, boss." Glad to be a
So yeah, give me another persuasion with disadvantage for the second shift. Mostly because she's in a poor mood that her newfound friend has left.
Oh, God, her and me both.
Ouch, town.
Damn.
You did better with the disadvantage.
Not bad. I got a higher score.
And she rolls a 2.
Oh!
Hey.
You win her over. She's too friendly mood with you. She gets over the loss of Salinas and goes back to, hey, you know what? Let's see, what did we do for the peeling potatoes roll? I believe that
Sleight
was
of hand.
Was it sleight of hand?
100% remember
Obviously.
All right, Kiesel, how well do you do chopping vegetables?
She sees Miss Salinas is friends with this guy.
Kiesel takes his glaive and is cutting.
that. Yes.
I would get like a dagger or something if she hasn't given me like a cutting utensil. I'm just like, oh well, let me. Okay.
And leaves it in a tree.
And yeah, I'm chopping.
You don't do bad. 13's not bad.
No,
Done a pretty good job. She's not
right
quite as
proportions.
pleased as she was with Salinas's, but fairly well. You get along pretty well. Over the course of your day spent there, including the half a day that Salinas is there, get a fair amount of information from Vandana that she's the stereotypical D&D character with an orphan background. From the south, from Solaria, for most of her younger years before hopping a ship in her early teens, and has been working on different ships the rest of her time. Yeah, that's most of her tales are on that end, but she mostly just keeps to her job, doesn't get too engaged in conversation. She warms up to Kiesel a little bit later in the day, but not to get into anything like really deep.
Yeah. How old is Vandana?
She is
Well, like, because she's an elf.
about early middle-aged.
Oh. Oh, so she's been
Honestly, probably
blood.
the youngest. About the same age as Zircon, but otherwise they're the youngest members of this crew, or of the officer staff. So,
And she's like an elf, right?
you can't quite tell. She's a damn short elf. She's only 5'1".
Wow. Okay, so I just kind of want to lean into this conversation of like being from boat to boat. So these boats, do they know how to throw some good parties or anything? You know, how fun can life really get on the seas?
You mean this boat?
Well, I mean, just you've seen your good fair share of boats. I'm sure a fair share of crews and all of that, and
Some are rowdier than others.
Do you like to party?
You're nice and all. You do a good job of cutting vegetables. I'm not really.
Oh no! I was asking more in like a mischievous kind of like. I like to go out and get drunk, and I like when I find other people who go out and get drunk, and it's like we throw darts and shit. I'm not like, it's not like that. I was just being friendly. Oh, I'm sorry if it came across that kind of way.
No, it's fine.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. No, but like well, it's just because I know we're gonna be in Port and Barall for a while, and I've never had any Barallian alcohol or anything, and if this boat doesn't have people who like to party, then but if there are cool people here, I could maybe get some to share with the rest of the crew. But if it's gonna be not like exciting or anything, then I just drink by myself. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Just because Have some fun. Stick around.
I mean, when on shore, I'd say I partake a little bit, but...
Insight check!
Alright.
Jeez, girl, I'm sorry, but I got a different batting average, like... it's very... Oh, motherfucker.
Seems like she's being truthful. Maybe not 100%, but fairly truthful.
Okay. Well, then maybe when we're in port or something, we can, celebrate and get a big group of people, and, we could get, like, Salinas or some of the other crew members, or, like...
Her eyes light up a little bit at Salinas' name. She's like, yeah. I think that'd be all right. If you want to mop over there, that'd be good.
Yeah, that I'll get right on that. Just let me finish up with this onion. Did you? Yeah, I'll just get. Yeah, I will get to that. I'm getting to that. Yep. And he's just gonna finish the task and begrudgingly look for a mop or a squeegee, if there is one, to just kind of push it out of the way.
You find a pretty rough mop in the corner.
Fuck. Oh god. Yeah, roll
bucket of pretty rough water.
Oh, jeez. Oh god, I'm so...
Alright.
I don't think they had squeegees until the advent of the plastic.
I was hoping that was the opposite direction, and he would have said, yeah, we can just push it off the boat.
Dude, prestidigitation exists. They can take care of this. It's like the all-encompassing clean spell.
Kiesel has his hands, so...
Alright, Yofredir and Zedri, you guys were helping out above deck, Zedri specifically with trying to help with the sails. Yofredir more in an all-around, helping wherever he can. Zedri, we'll start with you. Give me a persuasion check.
Dokie.
Wait the sails.
As the day progresses, the wind starts to lag and becomes a little bit more necessary to implement magic. Eudoxia takes her position to go help and then sees, oh, you're here. What are you hoping to do? And with an 8. She kind of just looks at you and is like, all right. And she goes back below deck and just like, all right, you can do this. And lets you be the ship's mage for the day. So give me another persuasion
hold
check.
his hands up and try to just start fire and hope that works.
Hot air balloon?
Oh no, don't catch it on fire.
Ooh, nice. Okay, and then give me a spell attack roll.
Oh dear lord.
Oh.
One burns the ship
laughing,
down.
bro.
It's all fine.
Just a matter of how effective is your spell casting to try and do what you're doing.
I saw Jeff giggle
So-
at that, bro.
Should I just roll a wisdom check then? Because I think it's just my spell
Wisdom
attack
plus
is
proficiency.
proficiency
Yeah,
plus.
because you'd have proficiency.
Yeah. Oh, well then I'll go ahead and just do this. Boom. There should just be d20 plus 5.
You do your best. You put on a good show. It helps, but you are fairly aware that this was not the most effective way at helping with this, and maybe Eudoxia walking off wasn't probably the best for getting... You didn't end up helping the cause of getting there quicker. But
Your efforts do not go unnoticed.
The captain is impressed, and you have been forgiven for your besmirching this railing of his ship the day before. You're on very, very good terms with the captain with his unfortunate 5 charisma save against your 19 persuasion. So you are back in his good graces. He goes back to the memory of shooting things in the bar with you and feeling like, hey, this is a good guy. He's a good new friend. Maybe even more than your good pal Zircon. But you are definitely in the good graces of the captain. And over the course of the day, as he mans the wheel behind you, as you're down on the main deck and he's up on the quarterdeck, give me a persuasion check to see what information you get from Captain Clever Eye.
Can I please summon my Firebird and have it perch on his shoulder?
Ooh.
Sure.
Give him advantage.
No, he was talking about a bird before, so
His parakeet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy can't roll. Yeah.
These NPC rolls.
You don't get a ton of information from him, but he does seem to enjoy having. Well, the heat's not overly pleasant. It's just about right with the cool temperatures out, and takes kindly to this little wildfire bird sitting on his shoulder. And give me a perception check. And Yofredir, you can give me one too, since you're moving about the ship, helping out with things all day long. Yeah, you guys both notice at some point in time while he's back there with the bird, so just a little tear dripped down out of the left eye over the cheek, quickly wiped away. What do you want to know from Captain Clever Eye? What kind of questions you want to ask?
Yeah. I would like to inquire where exactly they get their weaponry from.
Ooh.
Weaponry.
Who's a weapon we supply?
Is there a specialist? That's it. I'm not doing it anymore.
He doesn't know specifically where it's coming from, just that it's arranged through Honoria and that she gets him a good deal, gets things set up. I should probably switch off the galley sound effects. Quit listening to chopping onions.
Dude, we're lighting that pilot light.
It does sound like that, doesn't it? Anyway, yeah, he doesn't seem to really have any knowledge on exactly where they're coming from, other than it's some sort of an establishment through 6 bells.
Right.
I'll let you ask another question if you want.
Zedri would want to push into the captain's relationship with Honoria. How long have they worked together? Things like that.
Dude, we're on the same page. We're like so smart. Holy shit, bro! We're like an octopus here. Information gathering.
Okay. Indicates that he's worked with Honoria for roughly 5 years. Mostly ferrying cargo back and forth to the mainland. He doesn't typically go to the other side of the Sea of Kings. Mostly it's spent going to Barall. Had occasion to go to Salt Maiden a few times, but mostly it's Barall, Hammerforge, Airguard. On a few remote occasions, he mentions that he's been to Crestport, but for the most part, his 3 main ports are Salt Maiden, Airguard, and Hammerforge. He also indicates being to a smaller town that you're not familiar with, called Maidenthorn, which he lets on is where you're headed.
Maidenthorn?
Yep. Maidenthorn.
I'll nod and I'll try to make sure that whenever the hour is about to be up, that I'll have the Firebird fly off of his shoulder, do a quick trick, probably like a spin, and burst into flames before I use my wild shape again to recorporealize it so that it can go back to his shoulder. Trying to make a seamless transition of my duration.
Oh,
Very nice.
Smart.
Alfred, roll me a d6.
Okay.
Make that
Roll for
boat
Kraken.
fast.
All right. You get to meet and converse with 2 crew members based off your -1 charisma modifier applied to your d6 roll. I was just going to give you a number equal to your charisma modifier until I saw the -1. I'm like, okay, so you made one person with you aboard ship.
That
So
guy
we'll
sucks.
do 2. Anybody in particular you would want to target? This is just regular crew members. So any, not too profile, but if you choose to select a certain race or gender, it's your choice.
No.
Otherwise, I'll just randomly give you a couple people.
Yeah, not really. I'm just trying to get, like, just general crew talk, whatever rumors, whatever they hear about, whatever jobs they're doing, kind of how they feel about the officers and such.
Okay. All right. So you meet 2 crew members. One is a merfolk male named Chase Silverfind. Silverfind. He is working with the rigging, making sure the sails are kept out full, trying to do whatever he can to work with Zedri on his trying to move wind that's not there over the course of the day. Pretty easygoing individual. He's from the Barall area. Doesn't indicate he's like from any particular town, just from the coast of Barall. Give me a persuasion check. Oh, let's see. Who we got? We got Chase. It's on the case. All right. Hey, we're all about meeting or exceeding by 1 today, so
Yeah.
We can do it.
he's pretty forthcoming with giving you information. He is from Airguard originally. Has been serving on the crew for in between 1 and 2 years. Not exactly sure exactly how long he's been there, but it's been less than 2, more than 1. Mostly doing low-level tasks. Hasn't been there long enough to really elevate himself to anything above that. You do notice he has a very nice cloak that he wears. Presumably maybe comes from some money to have that type of a cloak, being a low-level member of a crew. Anything in particular you want to find out from Chase?
I would ask him, I would just say, anything interesting you hear about captain or first mate? You know, things that make you think.
He gets a bit cagey with that question as to putting him on a bit on the spot. And with you just beating him by 1 on your persuasion check, he does not really gush any information. It's like, no, everything's all right. But he's not being forthcoming. All right, give me a persuasion check for Arafa, the female pachydeer.
Oof.
Oof.
Oh, almost the 19.
Let's see if we can roll a 2. No, this time we get a 17 out of nowhere.
Yikes. Nice try, Slugger.
She appreciates your help helping her maintain the capstan and keeping the. There was a slight issue with the anchor starting to pull when it wasn't supposed to, but you help her. She appreciates the additional strength, but doesn't contribute any information to you. She's pretty just standoffish and honestly annoyed that you stick around after the job's done.
Not one for conversation.
No, definitely not. All right. So, day 2 passes without any major incident. Collect your meals over the course of the day. The mood lightens definitely as the day moves on until it kind of dips for a little bit when the wind dips over the course of the day. And you do pick up, especially Zedri. Captain becomes quite annoyed in the afternoon of the lack of wind. He appreciates your efforts, and so he kind of keeps a pretty good tone with you, but he's kind of angry with everybody else. He just appreciates his little bird friend he gets to have for the afternoon. But the day comes and goes, and we reach the end of day 2. Another night passes without incident. Winds return, guiding the ship on its way. You take in another set of meals and weak ale from the galley the next morning. And how do you want to spend day 3 aboard the ship?
Is there a possibility to check the vibes of the ship on day 3? Has it improved beyond the lightened mood the night prior?
Yes. The crew all seem to be in pretty good spirits. There's good winds on day 3. We're another day removed from the incident with the Merspitzen, and yeah, seems to be in pretty good spirits. Everybody seems to be pretty positive. We will start with Salinas this time. How are you spending day 3?
Salinas is going to... It's going to be the same sort of... Same thing as the day before. He's going to spend the day helping out in the galley where he needs to, and part of the day continue to try to write. In the morning, like in that breakfast time before, he's going to try and find Zedri again.
Okay.
Before the day starts too much.
Okay, and speaking of going and splitting time in the galley, Kiesel, would you have clued Salinas in at all as to your further interaction with Vandana?
I like to think at day's end, we're kind of chilling out, and Vandana was really excited to have us helping her out. She just looked like she appreciated that a lot.
No, I mean, I can understand. The galley kitchen is probably not a very popular place to be for a lot of sailors for, helping. I know she appreciates the extra hands.
Oh, yeah, she really appreciated yours too,
That's good.
Yeah, no, she was in a really shit fucking mood when you left. She was she didn't want you to go.
Well, perhaps it would be better if I did the afternoon instead of the morning.
Ooh, well, perhaps you might watch your back then. That lady might come hunting you down, and you might be working in the kitchen at hours where you might not be expecting to. She made me mop the floor, Salinas. I don't know how to really put this. She did not want you to leave, and she didn't want me to stay. But I did, and we got to talking, and I don't know how much she was willing to talk to you, but she likes to drink a little bit, but she was just so boring, to be honest. I couldn't tell if she was lying to me or not.
Okay. What does that have anything to do with you mopping?
She likes you. A lot. Like, a lot. I don't... Maybe, it's maybe different, anatomy, but it was gross.
Could I make an insight check to understand what he's trying to imply?
Roll for innuendo.
Yes.
Yeah. They're gonna start talking before you know it. And go.
Nope.
Nope.
not picking up what you're laying down.
Does that mean you're probably not back tomorrow?
I got a lot out of, I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. Maybe I'll just do something.
Sure. Good enough.
Okay.
So, yes, I would have told him, to answer your question, yes, I would have told him that she has a big old crush on him, and it would have gone.
Apparently.
Went real well.
God.
Alright, so Selena's splitting time between the galley, writing letters, and then you also want to have a conversation with Cedri.
I'm in the morning.
Kiesel, what are you doing for day 3?
Oh, jeez, day 3. Damn, I don't know. I want to hang out with the captain, but he's kind of an idiot, and I keep striking out with him. So, I guess I'll kind of do what Yoverdir did the day prior and focus my attention to more of, like, the commoners and the normal people on the ship and do some handy tasks around and try to, like he said, just kind of, like, snake my way through conversation and try to get some information that way.
Okay. Cedri. Day 3.
Zedri is going to ask Alfred at the top of the morning if he could grab his pottery out of the bag.
Yeah, Alfred would not have a problem with that. And Alfred would also let you have the bag if you wanted to just, like, hold on to it if, like, or if you needed to open it, like, it's just lying around in our room, I guess. He makes it readily available, is what I'm trying to say.
Then yeah, he'll go ahead and take the satchel with him then, thanking Alfred. And then he's going to run up over the course of the evening having a novel idea, seeing if Eudoxia is on the deck at all.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking for the broad strokes part. We'll come back and do the rest of it. So, gonna look for a Eudoxia. For sure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
I would, during dinner time specifically, as things start to kind of like simmer down, Zedri would like to try to talk with Zircon as well.
Okay. Yoverdir.
On knowing that we're more out on open sea, further away from Sid spells, I would spend most of the day just keeping watch. Probably climb to the crow's nest, be there most of the day, just keeping a close eye for anything on the horizon that could be another ship or anything like that.
Oh boy. Okay.
Way to go noticing the crow's nest.
Yeah.
Alfred, day 3 activities.
Oh, well, now another day removed from the incident, Alfred will take some more time to look over the ballista. He's still trying to, like, familiarize himself with it, trying to figure out, like, what makes it, like, really work well and, like, see how he can, like, bring it into his own designs. Also taking time to familiarize himself with it to try and get better at shooting it.
Okay.
He's obviously been a little hesitant since the other day, but he feels confident enough to just, like, you gotta keep on going. And then he'll split his day between that and helping out Angeli again, just sort of like trying to help out, maintain the ship, whatever they need.
Vault, day 3 activities.
I want to get a bit of a map of the crew activities and kind of daily who's walking where, what they're doing, so that we can notice irregularities in the future. So, keep tabs. Kind of the oh-no circle of doing stuff. Little Six Sigma joke there, boys.
All right. Yo, for dear, we're going to start with you. Give me a perception check for your scouting activities for the day.
Not bad.
19. Good deal. You see several ships over the course of the day. I mean, it's a fairly busy channel. So, none of them really come in the vicinity. They all seem to be heading eastbound, westbound. Everybody's kind of going roughly the same type of exchange as you are. Variety of ships, from some larger warship type setups, a few other sailing ships, a few smaller things, galleys, keelboats, things like that, but nothing really of note other than just a nice passing of the time of watching boats and reminiscent of all the boats you've interacted with over the course of your lifetime. So don't see any flying flags that mean anything to you. All seem to be pretty southern, that they are not part of your history.
Good enough for me.
All right. Vault, as you map out crew routines over the course of the day, give me a perception check.
Yes, sir.
You're not any good at those, so
I know
see
it's
how it
gonna be
goes.
probably a bad roll here, boys. It's only a 21.
You're able to get a pretty good established idea of how the crew shifts work. Seems to be works through on roughly a 12 people on, 12 people off, with the exception of they're short a couple members, so it's 11 people on, 10 people off rotation. Get a pretty good idea of who works in what positions, who's working where, that you would be able to identify if there was an irregularity, if somebody was missing from their post or was working in a different post than typical. There's a little bit of switch that goes on just because they're short a few members, but for the most part, you get it pretty well tracked over the course of the day. They work in 6-hour shifts over the course of the day, so
Awesome. Is there anything? Who's the navigator of the boat?
navigator is split between the captain and the first mate.
Of course it is. Well, I don't really want to spend a lot of time hanging out with that Zircon navigator boy, but if there's a way I can just kind of keep an eye on how they manage navigations, again, just to note irregularities that may come up on the way back, if it's like communication side, like, you know, like I basically want to be able to know if anything seems amiss in the future. I don't know if I need to roll anything else for that. But that is all I care about.
I think we'll still work off of what you had. So,
Awesome.
As to navigation itself, you, in evaluating the ship over the course of the day, do notice that there is a compass set in front of the well, or in front of the wheel. Wheel, not well. Captain's wheel. And Captain Clever Eye's at the wheel most of the day. Zircon takes over when he's not there. On occasion, there is another crew member that's just steering, but it's usually for short periods of time. But they do have a compass to be keeping track. Everything seems to be staying roughly on course. They got to tack a little bit here and there just to keep with the winds, but good winds today, so they're making pretty good time.
Excellent. Thank you. Very eventful day.
You don't want an eventful day.
No, I want to make sure that we get this shit back and in one piece and everything's cool and we get our currency and all that, man. I want to do this right.
There's your full image of Mr. Zircon.
What a handsome man. Truly.
All right. Kiesel. Helping around the ship. Get proficiency with water vehicles.
I don't think I know what a vehicle is.
Okay.
I don't think I have any sort of proficiency with any vehicles.
All right, so give me I believe water vehicles is a dex check. So just give me a dex check, but with disadvantage.
Ooh, that would have been a save. That would have been proper goofy.
Yeah, we don't want deck saves on the boat.
Oh.
Oof.
No. You aren't much help, and to the point that at one point in time you actually break something in the process of trying to help. As you're trying to help tack one of the lines on the sail, you actually end up busting the tie off the side of the ship, and so there's no place to tie it to. Anjali and has to come to your aid and get it fixed and stuff, but you don't win any victory points with the bosun over having to fix something you broke.
Would Alfred be able to catch it and like fix it before anyone is like aware of it? He's like helping around as well today.
So this would be at the time that you would be messing with the ballista and inspecting that. So you wouldn't catch it, and it's caught fairly quickly. You wouldn't be able to get there in time though to be beforehand. You can help, because obviously everybody would start panicking when Kiesel's hanging onto a rope trying to keep it from blowing away.
Yeah. Alfred would help and make sure that nothing goes awry.
I'm so sorry, bosun. I'm just, it happens, and this is what the situation is now. I'm sorry.
So Kiesel, give me a D6 and whatever your charisma modifier is.
Three.
Okay.
3.
Any people in particular, these would be crew members, that you're wanting to target, or just whoever I roll up?
I don't really know the crew that much, but maybe, oh damn it, the names elude me, but anybody that I would have seen fight, like during the fight, take damage but not die.
So really the only one that really got involved in the fight other than Zircon and the captain would be Kamar.
Then I'd like to talk to Kamar.
All right.
Kamar did some big damage.
He did.
Kamar's a fucking warrior.
Harold and Kamar.
Kamar the Herald.
Are we going to White Castle this time?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's in Barall. You didn't know?
Ship
So it's a couple states away. We gotta go to Barall.
With your
You
crazy
notice that
perception, you'll be able to see it.
You notice that the Yates estate is eggshell white.
Does that mean Guantanamo Bay's and Sitch Bells?
Oh no.
That's where you guys went on your downtime activities.
Downtime.
Downtime.
All right. So we'll start with Kamar. Give me a persuasion check.
I really need to get to level 7, man. These charisma checks and persuasion checks are brutal.
Oof. Definitely.
Oh, come on! Come on!
Right. Don't make any inroads with Kamar. He was willing to give you the time of day because he knew what you did during the fight, and so he was. You started on even keel despite your flub with the sails earlier, but yeah, you don't get anywhere with him.
is it just like a bad vibe? Is it something I said? Was my breath stinky? Was it,
It's more so you can't overcome what happened earlier in the day to the point that he's just like, I'm not letting you break what I have to maintain. So
dude,
he
it's
just kind of
not like-
focuses on his work and ignores you the entire time you try and talk to him. So the second person is a human male named Maris. Give me a persuasion check for that one.
Give me something good. That's better.
Much better.
That's worse. All right.
All right. Maris's last name is Dappero, Dappero. He is not from Barall. He is from the other side. He is from southern Bavaria. Has not been with the crew for very long, about 6 months. This is his second voyage. He got on with them and has made, second round trip that he's done, but he came to Six Bells from Bavaria and then picked up on this crew while he was there.
His name is Maris what?
Dappero. Maris, Meris, Dappero, Dappero. And what would you like to know from Maris?
He's from the southwest coast of Bavaria?
Correct. Pelican's Anchor area.
Well, I'm quite familiar with some of that. It's just so far. What made him want to leave Bavaria? Because a lot of money can be made pretty quickly, especially if you stay trade routes.
Yeah, the wealth in Bavaria is more centralized to the northern portion of the mountains, coming out. That's where the majority of the population is. It gets a lot more thin the further south you go, and it's also a lot more hostile territory the further south you go. That the areas around the cities are far more dangerous and uninhabitable, and kind of a constant state of trying to protect your cities. So he was from a small town just outside of Pelican's Anchor and was looking to get on the seas and get a job. Got on board with a ship that was willing to get him to Six Bells, where he thought that would be a good opportunity to find some sort of work and get away from home.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No real trauma, nothing big that he conveys as to why he was running away. He's got a really nice scarf too.
Sometimes you just meet guys who are dudes, Oh, that's interesting. Do you like to drink? Is that, something that... Yeah, not that I have any with me, but I was thinking of maybe doing a little thing once we get supports to... Because we're here on a mission, but, help treat you guys, because everyone, if you didn't fight, alongside, definitely help keep this ship together afterwards. Just a little, give back.
He's pretty young. You easily get him interested in, yeah, sure. He likes to have a good time. He's open to hanging out, maybe enjoying a couple drinks and stuff like that. Nothing. Doesn't really let on that he's like a hard party or anything like that, but he definitely likes to imbibe.
Can I maybe just sneak one more question there and just maybe like who here is like the heavy drinker? Who here like likes to party?
Captain.
He basically indicates he doesn't really know because he hasn't been here long enough to have picked up on that. But you do pick up on maybe has an idea, but just doesn't want to take that step of letting on and maybe getting into a bad way with some of the crew members by going and saying, oh yeah, this person's the bad drinker. Why specifically or who he might be protecting in that situation is not known.
Is that something I could press him for, or is that all I'm
Not
gonna
with your
really
15 versus his 14. That's what
Yeah.
you're getting, even if you press him. So, all right. So the third person is a male. Kind of has, honestly, kind of a half elf look to him. Very pale. Doesn't seem to. He seems to be working more when it's cloud covered and not overly light outside. Seems to be some nice dark shaded goggles on most of the day. Kind of an odd duck. Anyway, his name is Gyrus, Gyras, Silverclaw.
That's an NPC name if I've ever seen one.
And give me a persuasion check on him.
All right. Well, would I be able? I mean, just because where I lived in proximity, I would be familiar. I'd pick up that he's like a vampire. Ish, maybe my best guess.
I mean, a little bit. There's definitely a vampire vibe there, but he's a little bit. Something's off. See how bad he rolls. Bad enough?
Let's go, Kiesel.
Oh, but you're supposed to be disadvantaged on that one, like you were with the last guy.
Roll it again.
Is it because I?
It's because you're slip up too. So,
bro, like this.
You only got beat a 5 still, so
you can do
all
it.
the spaghetti is falling out of my pocket. Like I just can't recover, dude.
Dude, this guy's eating beans. Oh,
just do that.
That was close.
Kiesel's dancing on a tightrope of information, man.
All right, what do you want to know about Gyrus?
Jesus.
You like to? Hey, man. Once we get into port, if that's something that he would fancy, having some of us, give a little, like I said, fought bravely, is very professional, a little give back to the crew, and if he would know anybody who would be appreciative towards the alcohol.
He's not much of a partier. He doesn't really give off the vibe that he likes to go and be super social, but he's not opposed to the alcohol part. It's more the people part. He's not really big on getting together in large groups. Definitely, he's very apprehensive about you like talking to him in the first place. He just likes to keep to himself, do his work, and go back to bed. Because he doesn't like to socialize, he also just unfortunately, he wants to help you. He wants to give you information, but he just doesn't know who does things. He does let on for a short while before clamming up that he is seen the captain drink a few too many a couple times, but it didn't cause any problems. He doesn't want to get anybody into any trouble. So
Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you a lot. Gyrus, thanks. I'll let you get back to what you need to.
Okay. Alfred obviously got involved in helping with Kiesel's snafu, but aside from that, your inspection of the ballista, give me an investigation check. Yeah, you're able to rough out some pretty good plans on exactly how this thing's put together, figure out most of the inner workings. Not 100%, just because you can't take it apart. There was that one moment where you started to hey, if I take this off here, I can go see this, but you stopped when Kamar pointed out, it's no, just probably best we don't take things apart. Just in case we need it. Came to your senses, snapped out of your tunnel vision of, oh, I like building things, seeing how they work. But aside from that, you're able to put together a pretty good plan of understanding what's going on here, how this works, that you feel like with a certain amount of tinkering, you could probably recreate it.
Excellent.
And then give me a persuasion check with Anjali with advantage. Let's say you made enough inroads yesterday.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Very
What would you like to know? You're going to succeed on this, but before I roll, what would you like to know from Anjali from your second day helping her out?
Oh god, now that I'm here, I don't know what I need. I didn't think I'd get this far. I think that Alfred would be most interested in figuring out, like, where she learned from, or I guess, like, not... He knows that she learned, like, on her own, basically, but, oh god. I guess sort of if she's like if she has any aspirations for the future. I guess he's just gonna try and dive deep into this person.
Okay.
Like if this person is going and trying to make a name for themselves and like how good they are, like do they have anything better than just like working under someone, and like where are they going?
All right. So yeah, she's learned pretty much living on a boat her entire life. Her dad was the bosun on one of the ships that she was on when she was in her late single-digit ages. Being an elf, that was really, really early on in her life. So she has been at this for a long time because she is a younger and middle-aged elf. So we're talking, she's been around the world for 100 years. At this point. So she's got a lot of experience, and you pick up from the conversation stuff. She knows her stuff. She knows everything about doing this job. She honestly could probably captain her own ship, even though that's not really where her skill set is. And that's probably why she hasn't. And you also pick up a little bit more so in the... She is... made, not born. Not innate talent towards this field. She has just done this for so long. This is what she does. This is all she knows. And it may not be what she was probably destined to do, but it's definitely, she has gotten to the point where she excels at her job and could reasonably find fame on a ship if she really wanted to, but it's also not an easy thing to do, to find a fame as a bosun. So what else would you like to know? I'll give you 3 things for beating her roll by a crap ton. So,
Okay. I would wonder. Alfred would ask for something very, very peculiar. Since this person is not necessarily tied to anything that is. I guess that they're a very friendly face, so Alfred would want to like sort of bounce ideas off of them, and without giving too many details as to like what the project is or like who it's for, he would try and like ask and see what they had ideas for, like different schematics and whatnot pertaining to the project.
The project?
The project.
Yeah, the project, she wants to help, but she, without like getting into enough detail, she just isn't able to get into a really knowing what you're talking about, because you're more leaning into the artificer end of things than into the, where hers is just physical skills with carpentry and whatnot. So she's intrigued, very intrigued by what all are you not telling her. And of course, she follows up with, she's got a lot of questions like she did the day before. So you give me a charisma save against her poor persuasion.
Okay, hopefully.
Can you keep a secret?
That was nearly a 4.
Ooh, just barely.
These have been so close.
Yeah, you were able to maintain your composure. Like, you get right up there to, like, so we're building
it's
this thing.
Alfred's very excited. He is, like, with anything that he is working on, he's very excited, and this is obviously no exception. But he maintains his confidentiality. He knows where his loyalties lie. He does try to give her as much as he can without like spoiling it. That he will do. The last thing I think Alfred would want to know is, I guess what sort of like information does she have over like how things have changed? Has she been to Barall before, and like has she like been familiar with it? I guess he'd be asking like what
History
sort
of
of, like,
Barall.
yeah, like if she feels like anything's been different or changed, not necessarily like this sort of thing happened in this year sort of thing, but like I noticed the general people of this sort of town, or like I noticed like these sorts of things happening.
She's been to Barall quite a bit, especially since joining this crew. She served on other boats before this crew. This is not the boat she served on when her family was around, because that's been a long, long time ago at this point in time, and would have been before Mr. Clever Eye was even glimmer in his mother's eye. So she's made the rounds of the Sea of Kings. She's been to about every single country on the outskirts, with the exception of she's never been to Morral, she's never been to Ishnar, but she's visited Telluria, Averia, Valmar, Barall, Okaria. A good amount of time spent ferrying between 6 Bells in Averia and 6 Bells in Barall, because those are pretty big trade posts going back and forth. Averia, because of the wealth being transported around, and there are goods that are coming out of there, metal, precious metals, that type of stuff. And then Barall more so for the transporting grain back to 6 Bells. Good amount of Telluria as well. Seeing differences in what's changed over time. Seeing a good amount of trade shifting to Telluria as Telluria has come to quite a bit of power. Not really anything in particular as to like the people changing, other than there is some where when she was young, it was a pretty entrenched, like most of the other races not being very fond of humans, because that was still a fairly fresh idea of what had happened with Old Morral and the Empire, but that's gone far enough on that has shifted more so to being a little bit more even-keeled, and not, I mean, there's still certain groups that are very staunchly racist over that position, but it's become more closeted and a lot less out in the open, depending on where you're at. Going up to Morral is a whole nother thing, and that's why she's never been there.
Okay. Yeah, that works. Thank you.
All right. Zedri will go to you, and at the tail end of yours, we'll segue into whatever Salinas wants to talk to you about. So
on the quarter deck, please.
With the seas going pretty well, she isn't really at work, but she is up with the captain for a good portion of the day, so you are able to catch her if you want to.
Yeah, I'll of course politely say good morning to the captain, but Zedri cannot contain his excitement, and he is going to run up to Eudoxia. Just be like, I have an idea. I thought about it last night, and I think I have a plan for how we can officially continue sailing. Because you kind of threw me in the ledge there yesterday a little bit, and I kind of had to manage by myself, which that was interesting.
We didn't crash.
That's true, but okay. So hear me out. I was thinking about it last night, and I'm from Ashmain over in Okaria, and there was this like sailing song that we used to sing, and I started thinking, like, I'm so inclined towards fire and things, but what if we used something else to kind of propel the ship?
Such as?
Zedri's gonna walk to the very back railing of the ship and kind of look over towards the ocean or the sea.
Jet powers, I'm calling it.
Well, you gotta come here.
Oh, I thought you just didn't have an idea and walked away. All right. So this is the sea. What?
Yeah.
Let's see what we have to see.
So, so in the song, it goes through the entire pantheon, and I was thinking, what if we go ahead and use water power to go ahead and try to shift the ship a little bit forward, and maybe it can catch more wind, and then maybe we'll just be better off. And Zedri's gonna pop his water skin and pour a drop down. And right on the surface of the water, he would like to go ahead and cast Tidal Wave towards the ship.
Okay.
Make sure not to crash waves through, like, the captain's quarters.
Why don't we do the same thing we did the day before and make whatever your spell attack modifier is.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So it's
On.
5.
Guys.
Yeah, just rocks the ship and like pops it up and pushes it forward with a pretty good wave. Could you do this all day? I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
it looks like I might
No.
be out of a job.
No. I mean, it's just.
I mean, no, it's not a bad
If we
thing.
Are you inclined towards any specific types of magic?
I sing my tune. It gets the job done. I mean, like, what? You like, can I do that?
Yeah. I mean, do you,
Never- Right. You said there was a song?
yeah. I mean, yes.
You,
I can.
let's
sing it,
talk.
yes.
Let's talk a little bit more.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
yeah,
I really
persuasion.
don't want to sing in front of you.
Whew.
Hey.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she. You guys sit down. The winds are going good today, so it's really like there's not a whole lot of need for her. So you sit down, have a nice conversation. You teach her the song in the best way of avoiding having to actually actively sing it, but like here's the words and here's the beat type deal.
It's like the alphabet. Like, even as Zedri's like writing it down, he's like humming to himself. And so it makes it a little bit easier to teach, I suppose.
But you get over her icy exterior and get her to kind of warm up a little bit to you. And eventually she is able to add that spell to her spell list as she sings your tune to cast it, because she is a bard.
Oh, you want me to send you the song so that you can sing it?
Hey.
No, not today.
Do that.
But yes, eventually, yes. Yeah, so she is able to do that. I mean, at least to the extent that she has enough slots to keep doing that over the course of the day. But, yeah, we will say you have gotten to the point where you've not taken Eudoxia's job away. You've actually made her that much more valuable. So Eudoxia is now a contact for you. She is a friend, and you can call on her in the future.
Dang.
Nice.
Which means, I guess, as the meal
Zircon.
goes on, and we have dinner, Zedric cannot help but be very excited about what had just happened. So as he's coming down the steps, he starts humming a little bit, and he goes, Flames of Infernus from cola light guide my gaze into this night. Gust will not spirit away. Winds of Sephora hold no sway. A saline prayer to the Pantheon. Infernus and Sephora hear this song. The dark of Natalis and light of Aurora. The lands of Datus and seas of Briora. And then he like catches himself and he'll immediately like quiet down.
Amazing.
Inspiration.
That was awesome.
Give him inspo.
Yeah, I think that is well in order. So, yes. And easily for the performance as well as the you didn't make me have to sing it. So, all right.
Good guy, Zedri.
Awesome. So, on your nice high note, conversation with Salinas. And then we'll come back to Zircon.
Yes, Dri, how are you doing?
Feeling pretty great. I mean, listen, if the winds are like low on any of the days, I think we've got it figured out that we can probably keep normal pace. So I feel like we're guaranteed to keep pace and keep up with the schedule, which is great.
That's good. So I hate to bother you. I get a couple more pieces of paper.
Oh, I mean, okay. And Zedri will kind of like reach into his bag. He'll go ahead and pull out 10 more pieces. And I'll hand him over to Salinas.
Hopefully I don't need this many, but I haven't been... No, it's not... It's hard formulating your ideas right into a final draft of a note. Had a couple of false starts.
Are you like starting like the whole letter from the very beginning? You have to draft it out. You have to do like little tiny bits and like write out notes, and then when you feel like it's finally ready, then you can go ahead and make the final. Did you use all 7 pieces of paper and you're not done with your letters yet?
Yeah, I'm not quite done yet. No,
I wish you luck with it, and I mean, maybe don't be so harsh on yourself. You're pretty well spoken, so I feel like you're probably able to write just as well. Don't judge yourself too hard.
No, it's hard to write someone you haven't spoken to in a while, especially when you're writing to ask them for a favor.
That's kind of the way I felt whenever we got all those letters. I mean, y'all got like a threat. That wasn't really a letter, but for me, I mean, it's the first time that I've gotten word from my father in a long time, and yeah, it's awkward and it's weird, but even if it isn't family, if it's somebody that you know, it's okay if it doesn't come out right the first time, because then you have to meet them in person to make sure to clarify, right? So it just means that you're gonna have an in-person meeting later down the road, right?
From your letter, was your father asking for your help?
No, he was just checking in, telling me that he was proud of me. I don't know how true the words are, but it felt nice. And then everybody started reading their letters, and the mood was totally shot. So,
sure.
You're not writing like bad letters, right? You're writing like good letters, like contacts, like reaching out, like hi, how are you letters.
Yes. Not writing any threats. Certainly not. Do you ever write your... do you ever write your father back?
No, I didn't.
Well, why not?
Just didn't really think to. I mean, I don't really get along with my dad, I guess, the best. Like, I try my hardest, but sometimes it just feels like maybe there's a little bit of disappointment that I can't shake off of him. So I feel like sometimes it's just better to not engage.
What?
Are you trying to write a letter to that person you said you're not supposed to contact?
No, it's not that I'm not supposed to contact her. It's more of a... She's... Like... You have a... The town you're from, did you have a... lord that was the head of the whole village, or the whole town?
I mean, I guess in terms of titles, maybe, but it felt like everyone was on pretty equal footing.
Well, it's sort of like... I'm a normal person writing the leader of a small town and asking her directly for help. It's a little bit... There's a power imbalance there, is just the thing.
What? Since when do you worry about confidence? I mean, isn't that kind of your whole thing? You present like a really strong front, and you're great at talking, and you win people over all the time. I mean, I didn't know that you were so deft at peeling potatoes, but I'm pretty sure that was pretty happy with your work by the end of it.
It was helped my... I had to help out with... Well, everyone helped out with daily chores and stuff. I helped my mother with it for a while. You know, that sort of thing. But regardless, thank you for the paper.
I'm gonna have to charge you next time if you try to ask for paper. Although, admittedly, if you pay for it, it's gonna go back to Vault, because Vault's the one that gave me this paper. But
Well, maybe I'll ask him next time.
maybe. I hope that the letter writing goes well, though. Don't overthink it. Just do your best, and I'm sure it'll be fine.
All right, Cedri and Zircon.
Yes. So he's going to use that as a springboard for what he's about to do.
All right,
That pep talk was not just for
persuasion
him.
with advantage, since he is
All
your
right.
biggest fan. You're
I'm gonna
his new best friend.
Immediately walk up to him and say, I need you to tell me that amazing story about the Vine Blight so that I can go ahead and finish the writing down your tale.
Vine blights.
Yeah, you had advantage on that too, so
Oh, why not? Let's see.
see how much of a difference you can get against his 9.
Super difference.
Super difference.
All right, he is more than happy to give you the tale of the Vine Blight, which he details over details. Give me an insight check.
Super detail, super embellishes.
Yeah, roll for embellish.
Yeah. The tale never mentions anybody else being there. It's just him one-on-one, 1v1ing this Vine Blight on the coast of Valmar, and just how he went and definitely like took this thing down. And it is very clear to you that there was probably, to account for how quick all the actions went in his story, because he gives you every detail. there was at least 5 other people there helping. He's taking credit for all 6 people in the encounter. It's a pretty epic story, but it basically turns into the really boring documentary story of it has like every detail of what he was wearing, what exactly he did at every single point, that it just becomes so boring. Let's see, a con save to stay awake?
Yeah. I'm going to try, Zidri's going to try his best, because before he was doodling, but this time he comes in with the expectation to write it. So I think he's going to try to balance the two.
You're trying hard. We'll do an advantage on a con save.
Con save, yeah.
You can do
Finding,
this.
I guess, similarities between what we fought as well.
Yeah.
Because we fought needle blights.
Needle blights and twig blights. Yep.
Oh,
jeez.
That was a double 18. It was meant to be.
It is. You see like 2 other crew members that were working in the vicinity nodding off just from overhearing the story, but you are dedicated and you keep yourself awake and you get every detail down to the point that you are running out of paper at this point in time. You have maybe 12 sheets left out of your pack that you brought with you. I can't remember exactly how many you started with. So
30.
I had 30 to start with on top of my notebook, which I had started writing the tale in the notebook. So of course that's going to go through. And then, 30, which I gave 17 to Salinas. So I have 13 left.
Okay. So you fill up a good portion of your notebook. You stop yourself from using the rest of it because it has other purposes, and you transition to the paper to the point that you now have, we'll flip-flop it to you have 1 sheet, a piece of regular paper left, and then your notebook. Now, that is not all the Vine Blight story. That is the Vine Blight story combined with the giant shark story and the... I'm going to draw a blank on my name here.
Oh my god.
The Merblitzen story.
Ooh. There's Merspitzens
Oh.
and Merblitzens.
The Merblitzen story is the only one that seems semi, he gives credit to other people in.
His arc? Oh my gosh.
So, it's not necessarily like he wants to give credit, it's just a matter of he knows he can't sell the story because this thing would have killed him so easily that just nobody would believe that I actually took this out alone. So it's more of his prowess with the ballista, and this wasn't his first time with this Merspitzen encounter last time. He's done this before. He took down a Merblitzen, which is a very different creature. Just both happen to be from the same region of the Sea of Kings, that they get that same Mer at the top.
Cool.
And let me see if I think I uploaded the whole thing on here. Oh, no, I did not. I thought I did, but I must not have. So, otherwise I was going to give you the information on what this creature was and stuff, but I apparently did not upload that module, so I don't have that in front of me. For another day. All right. So that concludes Zedri's day. Salinas, the rest of your day, writing letters and the Zedri convo. So the rest was working on the galley again with Vandana. Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Or
And she's smitten.
Good old Vandal Danel.
Oh yeah, so she's gonna fail. See how miserably she failed. Oh no, not bad.
quite as bad.
All right. So, what would you like to know?
Ooh.
Give me an insight, since Kiesel was not making any inroads of explaining to you the birds and the bees of what was going on. We'll see if you pick up on it this time.
That might be a lesson he needs to learn on his own.
Yeah. You finally put 2 and 2 together. That it's between your 12 and Kiesel telling you things. It's Oh yeah, yeah. She's definitely being flirtatious this time. So with part of your charisma check success, you could choose to talk her down if you so choose.
I think I will let her down as easy as possible.
Okay. I'll give you two options. So, one, you can cut it down to you can get one piece of information from her, or you can roll a separate charisma check to try and let her down easy, but it's no assured success that way.
I will just take the one. We'll just take the one piece of information.
All right. So you're able to talk her down, but before investing too heavily in that, what would you like to know?
Would Sindri have shared the name of the city that we're going to the previous night?
I'm seeing a head shake no.
All right. There goes that idea.
Would you like to know?
Sure. Yeah, we'll take that.
Okay.
This is kind of wanting to figure out where exactly we're going.
Yeah, so what limited information she has about what's going on is she knew what she had to pack trip-wise as to how far they were going so that she could estimate supplies for running the kitchen. And so she knows that you are headed to Maidenthorn, which is a large town in the Granite Sound province of Barall, which is the southeasternmost portion of Barall. I'll throw in that she also conveys to you that it is a primarily Packadeer community.
Right.
Not anything super prominent, but that this is a regular trip, that they go to this location quite often.
Right.
All right, with that bit of information, you guys all conclude your day and head off to sleep. And why don't we take a quick break?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Since we are a bit past our usual break time. But let's make it pretty quick. Try and get back by quarter till. But if you're a little bit later than that, that's fine too. So we'll throw up our be right back screen for everybody else. We'll be back quarter till the hour. And a few of us will probably stick around. I am going to step out for a moment, but I will be right back. But anybody that's in chat, if there is anybody, if you want to engage, ask any questions, make any comments, comment on Dustin's plant and how it's doing. That was a popular topic a couple weeks ago. But with that, I am going to step away for a moment.
It needs a little bit of water, to be honest.
Teach.
Ooh. AJ, you get left alone to be the voice of the party?
Suppose so. Thank you to everyone who is live viewing, as well as those who watch our VOD. We very deeply appreciate it.
Yes, and tell your friends about AJ's lovely song tonight. We're gonna make a clip out of that one.
Yeah, we're gonna release our campaign EP.
Our vinyl collection.
Oh my gosh. We're trying to beat out.
I'll have to put pressure on Ernie.
Yeah, we're trying to beat out. I was about to name off a famous music artist. I don't know if I can technically do that on stream. Oh no, Mariah Carey's not going to sponsor us.
Oh no. Was it Queen of Christmas? Was that the new thing with her?
Every year, yeah. Her reign is.
Well, no, like she was suing
perpetual.
somebody over wanting to be the Queen of Christmas. That is her title.
Oh, yeah, no.
She should be able to claim that. So.
Yeah.
But I thought all she wanted for Christmas was me. So, or was it you?
All I want for Christmas is money, money, money symbol. Those are silent, and then it's you.
Yeah. No hate towards the Mariah Carey. I should have said something before we went to break and told everybody to earmuffs when they come back, but we'll do that once everybody's back. For those not in the know, earmuffs is our nice little moments when somebody gets whispers. That is our way of handling secret information for party members. But that you guys get to share in it rather than it being secrets from you. So slowly we regain the party. We're halfway there.
Squeak. Dudes, I got this blanket here, and it's glow in the dark.
What?
Pretty freaking cool. It's not dark right now, so I can't show you, but trust me, it's cool.
Like really bright, or like classic glow in the dark that doesn't ever really light up all that bright?
All right, I'll put it this way. Last night, I was leaving the office, walked through the living room, forgot that this blanket was glow in the dark, saw it on a chair, and it was like, you know. I mean, it's not like it's gonna light a room up, you know. It's not
I just wondered as to if you did turn off your lights, would we even be able to pick it up on camera?
Oh yeah, you can pick it up on camera for sure.
Okay, awesome.
I'm back.
It's a pretty good blanket, boys.
Nice. And I heard someone was trying to one-up me for something, but I forgot. I don't know what that was in reference to.
You got one upped? How'd that happen?
Zedry one-upping me with a song or something.
Oh yeah, dude, he sang good. Got inspiration.
I mean,
Oh no, it was just a reference to when we released the album. Zedry's song, but we gotta get that theme song first. So
yeah,
before we put out the vinyl collection.
I'll bring that up tomorrow at the meeting. We get together on Sundays.
Ooh. Is there a place we can check out your work?
We need to pop back on camera.
Yes, plug.
Yeah, plug it, dude. Can we plug your band?
Yeah, I think the band Twitch is Social Vinyl Club. That's the Instagram too. Facebook is under the same name. Social Vinyl Club. 3 different words, one band.
Social Vinyl Club.
Ooh.
There's an EP that they released in July. We released, but I didn't record it. They did.
Cool.
It predates me.
Feel free to post a link in the chat.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Looking it up right now.
All right. Well, we are back.
Are you guys on
and
Spotify?
as you're working on that, earmuff time.
For who?
Everybody but Alfred.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Definitely it is.
Alfred.
All right. So.
Boy, how's it going?
Not bad, not bad. We're okay. All right. So let me switch out of our nice tropical music and get a little more serious here. And get my page over here. So yeah, as you drift off to sleep, Alfred, much the same as other nights. You've been a little bit more at peace after 2 days removed from the Merspitzen encounter. Nobody's fallen overboard. No threats of I'm going to have to worry about drowning. Pretty at ease. You let yourself drift a little bit deeper than the past few days and settle into this comfort. You find yourself in a familiar environment. Tinkering at a workbench is a recent addition to your memories. As you pound and bend the metal on the bench, feel a sense of pride and accomplishment from the creation before you. Gazing at it, admiring your own handiwork, not necessarily with like an overbearing sense of pride, but more a humble, I did this, I made this. Looking over to your side, you see your new friend Masa, also beaming with pride as she takes in your work, takes the piece from you and gently fits the piece into the place on the suit of armor that you have created together. Almost finished, she says with a smile as she nods her head, looking at the suit of armor. And your gaze, your prideful gleam as you look over is interrupted by Cybil's cold nose pushing its way into your hand as it hangs at your side. Naturally, you rub and pet her head in acknowledgement and reflect for a moment on how far you've come since leaving Eagle Fall just a few short months ago. You look up again to admire your handiwork. You see the young female Fireheart, your best friend in the world, rocks. Just working with that piece to try and make it fit into the suit of armor and just struggling to make it fit. Becoming a little bit frustrated and angry. She can't quite make it work into the suit of armor. And you stand up, coming to her side, calming her with a gentle placement of your hand on her left shoulder, taking the piece with your left hand and just casually slipping it into its location on the suit of armor, sending it home, and turning to her, she gives you a tight hug. You don't know how to react. Reminds you of the time she kissed you on the cheek that one time when you were just teenagers. You didn't know how to react then. You still struggle with any affection that she showed towards you. And as you kind of give a cold reaction, not knowing exactly how to respond, she pulls away, sensing your discomfort, and looks to you, shaking her head. Your father will be disappointed. You're confused. At the same time, understanding of her statement. It's not a foreign concept for your father to be disappointed in your actions. In fact, it's mostly to be expected in most days. As you turn your attention back to the project, you take in the sight of the elaborate fountain dedicated to the glory of the sea goddess Briora. You beam with pride again over your accomplishment. Turn back to argue with Rox over your father's expected reaction, and find Zedri standing in her place, gazing at your creation with wide eyes of deep blue. Not the eyes you're familiar with, but it seems to fit. Almost like you can see the ocean in his eyes. Your closest friend doesn't make eye contact with you, but gazes at the statue almost hypnotically before saying, "She would want me to do it." With those words, Zedri turns and begins walking away from you, heading for the door to leave the blacksmith's shop that you spent so much time in as a child. You quickly follow after him. You lose sight of him only for a moment as he passes through the door, When you step through the doorway, you find yourself in a place that seems both familiar and foreign at the same time. Looking out across this large, ornate room, you take in the sight of a long banquet table with chairs running along both sides, and your closest loved ones seated in those chairs, drinking and eating in a celebratory mood. They pay you no mind as you enter, and you approach the table confused and slightly frightened. You reach the end of the table and catch sight of a well-dressed man at the head of the table, his raven black hair draped over his shoulders as he sits perched on a sort of throne with one leg up over the arm of the chair. As he lounges, his burning yellow eyes make contact with yours and lock on. You feel his gaze burning into you and almost don't notice that the rest of the guests are now staring at you as well, with a sense of bewilderment and confusion. At the head of the table, you notice movement as Zedri reappears and steps up to the right side of the speaker, placing his hand on the speaker's right shoulder. It is then that you hear a most familiar and feared sound. The whispers of the dreamer, as the fear seeps into your soul. You break eye contact with the speaker and turn your attention to wherever you can find the source of the whispers. There must be a key somewhere nearby, you tell yourself. And as you look about you, notice that your loved ones have each opened their mouths, revealing the all too familiar keys placed upon their tongues. You recognize several familiar symbols: a ship, a shield, a dead knight, a tower, and a throne. The whispers pour forth from each key, growing to a mind-splitting crescendo. You reach out to your mother, who is nearest to you, and attempt to gently close her mouth to silence the whispers, but as you touch her chin, it crumbles away into ash as she disintegrates and blows away. The whispers continue as you see the speaker begin to beckon you towards him with one finger crooked in a come-to-me motion. You feel compelled to comply despite every fiber of your being warning you of danger. You hear a snake-like voice whispering murmurs in your ears, but you can't make sense of them. They're like the whispers, just unintelligible and frightening. Your body continues to walk towards the speaker. You feel a cold, painful sensation from the back of your right ear, an odd feeling for someone created as an immortal embodiment of Infernus. As you place your finger on your ear to seek the source, you feel the tattoo, the mark of the speaker. You glance at your friend Zedri standing at the speaker's side and notice that his face is contorted into a crooked, mad, exaggerated smile, with his eyes dilated and wild as he stares at you, as if almost staring through you. Your focus returns to the speaker. But gone is the well-dressed, raven-haired man. He's been replaced by a serpentine, lizard-like being with black scales and glowing purple eyes. And with a deep hiss, the creature speaks to you. Don't forget our deal. A bargain struck is a bargain bound. You search for an exit, an escape from the creature, and your eyes fall on the banquet table behind you, where once was a table of your friends and family and closest loved ones, now is replaced by two armies separated by 4 feet of ornate wood. On the right, you see the familiar banners and armor of Barall. On the left, you see an unfamiliar set of banners, most unrecognizable, except one with a dark gray crow on the side of a tower set against a field of lighter gray. As the two sides scream at each other in anger, they climb atop the chairs, onto the table, and begin to fight. One blow from a sword from someone from the crow side slices through the neck of a Barallian knight, spattering your face with the dark red substance. You feel as it drips down off your chin, off your cheeks. And as you reach up and wipe the blood from your face, catch sight of your sister, stepping up to take the place of the fallen knight. She looks as impressive and awe-inspiring as ever as she sets herself to strike a blow. Your attention is distracted as you hear the voice speak to you again. Honor our bargain, and she is safe. Break it, and as the voice pauses, the crow soldier swings his great axe, cleaves your sister's head from her torso, sending it flying in your direction, and as it lands in your hands, you awaken. Make a wisdom save. Start with a 12. You awaken dripping with sweat as you are just frightened to your core with what you have just experienced. And once we have everybody back, I see we're getting there. Just Conrad we're missing.
I'm going to wave. Everybody just wave at him eventually.
No,
it's not.
Oh, he's not paying attention. Oh, no.
He's like zoned out or he's frozen.
I'll get him.
No, he's moving.
Oh, wait. I'm sending a message here.
He saw the hands moving, I think.
There we go.
Arms OP.
All right. Everybody is back.
So, in case you missed it, Alfred TPK'd us while we were sleeping, so we have to reroll new characters.
All I heard was the word 12.
Yeah, that's how many
Word
people
number?
killed us.
He's sweaty.
Do I get 12 characters, right?
How many we're gonna
Oh,
get?
man. Combat's gonna suck.
Vault
12
is
sweaty
split like a
characters.
broom in Fantasia.
So, all of you had drifted off to sleep, covered tightly under your blankets, and enjoyed a pleasant night's rest before feeling the nip of the freezing cold night air licking at your feet. All of you except Zedri awakened to find Alfred laying on his bedroll, twitching and shaking. Your first instinct is that he's fighting the cold, as you all noticed, but you quickly surmise it is something more than that. As one of you reaches to attempt to calm him, he awakens in the sweat, staring blankly off at nothing.
Do you need an extra blanket?
Huh?
Do you need some? Did you piss yourself? What are you? What was happening? Are you okay?
No,
You,
no,
yeah.
I haven't done that since I was a child.
Well then, what were you doing? You were just shaking like.
That's a great question. What were you doing?
Sleeping until we heard you.
Yofer's gonna find Alfred like something to drink and hand it to him. Like, here, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Maybe the sea's just getting to me.
Is there any way I can, like, from my bunk, insight check that? Like, from my little hammock? I don't want to make it known that I'm even awake. I'm just, like, kind of, like, I don't know, I'm faking asleep, but I'm just, like, laying there silently.
You can, but I'll say it's with disadvantage.
Sure. Boy, you know, when we get to that point where if I'm
Alfred,
not
you can
moving-
roll the tower.
Yeah, I was...
Ah!
Persuasion or deception, so.
Well, I know.
Double 20s, boys, with disadvantage. I know everything.
Good.
Double 20s. The halfling lucked out to double 20s on disadvantage this week.
Can you even
Holy
get
crap.
that high?
Bolt is the perfect character, didn't you know? I'm OP.
If you hit a 20, you will defeat him. Based off of him trying to do this at severe disadvantage. Okay, that wasn't a 20. So, yeah, you can tell that he's not being overly upfront.
Sure. Thank you.
there is not awake right now, but we could probably get you some more of that ginger tea tomorrow if you see us bothering you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Hopefully we'll just get off this boat soon enough.
Sure, I think today is the last day. Or perhaps the one more night and a little bit into tomorrow, I'm not exactly sure.
Do we know exactly where we're going? Like, has anyone talked to the captain about like how far they think we're going to be?
Can you say the name of the city again?
Maiden Thorn.
Maiden Thorn.
Maidenthorn.
Okay.
We're saying that out loud now, so I know it.
Yes, I heard. I was told that we are headed to Maidenthorn. I'm not familiar with it, but Alfred, something you would know about is the area that you grew up in.
You can give me a history check, Alfred, but it's only a large town. It's not like a major hub, so no advantage with it. With a 17, though, yes, you are semi-familiar with it. Primarily because it is mostly another Infernus hub. It's being large population dedicated towards Infernus, like your hometown, so...
Question, was there any, like, I guess, break off from that section to, like, make my town, or was there any, like...
No, it's a very different group.
Okay.
It's a very small Fireheart population there. They're not necessarily, like, part of the same group. It's just a matter of they are also Infernus followers, and so you guys would have maintained a little bit of trade with them. It's not very easy to get to, which, as good a time as any, let's throw the map up.
Okay.
The new map.
Yeah. Would this be like daytime, or is this like still middle of the night?
No, this would be morning. You hear the activity that you've heard every morning outside as people coming in to start getting breakfast. So, wait, so there is our map of Eastern Barall, which shows Maidenthorn.
I'm controlling it, yeah.
Alfred, your town would be to the northwest of Orange Springs. So there's a mountain range in between. So trade hasn't been easy, but it's still something that there was connections.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm semi-familiar. There's a sect of Infernus there that is pretty well established. We try and keep in communication and trade with them. So I guess if I can figure out where we are, I could probably figure out how long it'll be.
After a few moments, Zedri, you awaken to the sound of your friends talking. Cold hasn't really bothered you through the night, but the incessant talking has definitely gotten your attention and made further sleep impossible. As you awaken and take in your surroundings, you notice your friend Alfred, dripping sweat. He's starting to put himself together, but you can clearly see that he's been in some sort of state of distress, but not really sure what's been going on.
I was muted the whole time.
Really?
Everybody looked at me. Nobody said anything. He just gets up real groggy and he's like, what is everyone talking about? What are y'all doing in like the middle? It's time to sleep, isn't it?
No, we're blocking the sun
Morning.
because we're standing.
Oh, okay. Alfred, are you doing okay?
Yeah, good morning. I'm all right.
That's a lie. He was shaking when he woke up.
Maybe I was just probably a little cold and I didn't even realize it. I mean, I was asleep.
Can I insight check that bullshit?
Yep. Alfred, you don't have to re-roll. We'll stick with what you had before.
I should be happy or sad about that.
Wasn't a bad roll.
I told him that you could probably make him some more of that ginger tea today.
Yeah, I can do that.
That's a big number.
Yeah, you don't believe him, Kiesel.
Okay.
No, I'm used to more of a temperate climate. It's a little warmer where I don't like this ocean faring temperature.
Well, then, why don't we get some breakfast and some fresh air? Alfred, would you join me? And I'm gonna usher him out of the room.
Of course. I didn't even know you were awake.
What is Cybil doing? Is she like sticking by Alfred's side, or is she just kind of doing her own thing? How perceptive is she to Alfred's
The invisible dice of Cybil.
She's awake. She's kind of like, as Alfred's still seated on the floor, and just like laid her head on his thigh, just kind of cozying up a little bit. Not really, no sound, no like distinctive reaction, just a matter of comforting slightly, but it's very, very faint to really pick up much from it. As you guys are having this conversation, you do hear the noises of Andana beginning to prepare the morning meal next door. You're a little bit on the early end. You're greeted by the smells of some cooking food. It smells like oatmeal this morning.
Ooh, like nuts and berries and all that kind of stuff, or just like the oatmeal?
Just like oatmeal.
Oh, that's less bourgeois than I was hoping.
Zach, it's not like you can make berries.
Put some good berries.
Yeah, dude. Oh, that'll really fill us up.
All right, Vault and Alfred are making their way to the door to head up.
Love some oatmeal.
Yep.
People in Barall.
Alfred is spearheading this, right? He's leading, or is Vault leading behind him?
I'm kind of urging him along from behind. I'm just pushing him out the door a little bit.
All right. Hearing nobody stopping you, the two of you make your way out the door.
I'll follow behind.
Okay.
Bedry will too, but he's gonna split off towards the stove to make tea.
Ooh.
Okay. Alfred or Salinas? Watching everybody exit the room?
We'll probably head up to the deck of the ship just to get a feel for the morning, see how weather is, and if there's anyone else doing anything.
I'm gonna, before Cedric heads out, would you bring me a cup of that tea when you get done as well? Since she's just gonna stay in the room for right now. He hasn't been making as much progress on his writing as he'd like, and he's trying to get it done.
Okay, so Zedri, you head into the galley. Alfred, you're heading up to pick up some fresh air. Salinas, you're hanging back. The three of you heading out and up. Vault, Alfred, Kiesel. You reach the top deck, and it is not a pleasant day. It is next to no wind. Eudoxia is already out attempting her new skill that she learned the day before from Zedri, so that you're still moving, but it is definitely a more calm than anybody wants to see. So the ship is making minimal progress, definitely below capacity. And Captain Clever Eye seems particularly displeased with the state of things, and he is urging Eudoxia to move things along as much as she possibly can, because we got to keep underway. and eventually getting to the point where he has shouted at everybody enough that he turns over control to Zircon and then retreats to his quarters. The three of you above deck.
I've grabbed. I'm assuming we're grabbing oatmeal on the way.
It was still in the process of being made.
It
isn't finished yet. So.
Oh damn.
You guys were a little bit ahead of the breakfast schedules. So.
Sure. Oof. You know, I'm not one to spend long journeys on the open ocean like this. I found the other day, after a bit of a rough sleep, it was nice to be able to look out at the horizon. Hope it'll help you as well. Sometimes it can be useful.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll be able to steady myself a little bit.
Give Cybil some pats on the head. I assume she's with us.
Yeah.
Nice.
Her two favorite people are there, so.
Right. Hey, Kiesel, how'd you sleep?
All right. Not too bad. Better than he slept.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I heard you guys asking about it. Did you get cold? Do you need an extra blanket or something? I might have one in my bag.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if he might. But I've been making do. This fur coat keeps me quite warm.
And stylish.
Yes, and he'll do a little quick flash of it, and it is a bear coat cape. It is insulated. I'm fucking cold. Is it raining or is it just like overcasty? Dark.
Yeah, it's just a little bit overcast. No, not raining or anything like that. No storm.
That's quite a fine cape you have there. It looks well made.
Oh man, it was gold well made too, so I'll be able to fit into whatever environment we need to be. Rich, poor, up, down, cold, warm. Yeah. Fashion really does suffer from no boundaries if you really put your head to it.
Truly. Truly. You know, you would like my mentor, Sorath. A disciple of fashion himself.
Oh, well, of course. I mean, you keep talking about Sorath, so I eventually might meet him. So if he's a man of high fashion, then surely
he taught me how to dress. That and a few others.
Oh, well.
Like, kind of like spruce up his little suit, you know?
Yeah, Kiesel just very, very chuckly, you know, folds his arms. Yes, you are very, very well dressed for the occasions. Is always very, very dapper, very sharp. No wonder that girl follows you around so much. A well-dressed man can't keep the ladies away from him.
Alfred, throughout all this, will just like be looking back and forth between Kiesel and Vault, and just like if there was like a question mark that would be above his head. There is...
Yeah, as you make those comments about Jayla and Vault keeping the ladies at bay, it does begin to like just sprinkle a little bit, really light precipitation, but nothing stormy wise, just minimal wind and a little bit of precipitation in the air. About 40 degrees out. It's pretty cold.
How many people are around kind of out where we are? Is it just like the three of us, or well, plus Cybil, 4?
Where are you at? Which part of the
I was assuming kind of the nose of the ship again.
Okay, so if you're on the forecastle, you're alone.
Okay, cool. Noticing a small amount of rain. Do you think they've finished breakfast yet?
I hope so. I'm getting kind of hungry.
Would you mind going downstairs and checking for us, Kiesel?
Yeah, I can check for you. No problem.
Oh,
me and the cook, we're like pretty, you know, we're good friends.
Yeah, you spent a little time there, didn't you?
Yeah, well, not as much as Selena's, but yeah, I did.
I've got a bit of a trick if you can get a good berry from Zedri as well. Make that oatmeal taste a lot better than plain.
Ugh, well, maybe if they have some sugar, I could maybe find that to sprinkle on.
And then I'll kind of sprinkle my fingers and like make little sugar cubes float in the air out of prestidigitation, kind of sparkles.
Begrudgingly, Kiesel will give Alfred a look and then walk away, as he has been asked to leave.
All right.
Does
As
Alfred pick
Kiesel
up any
walks
of his
away,
I would imagine that I would have turned and just kind of gave you a little like half nod, eyebrow raise, and then walk away.
okay.
Yeah.
Do we need earmuffs again?
I mean, if you guys want to go that
I think
direction.
to probably be appropriate here.
Okay.
Because you guys have both had an earmuffs moment here recently. I think
All
unless
right.
there's
Team
other people
Muffin.
present.
Wait a second. That sounds weird.
So we'll go to Pope or Alfred and Volt are mic'd up, and
Kings
everybody
of
else go
Muff.
to
Wait a
earmuffs.
second.
Kings of
I get to hear everything tonight.
Right? Let's kind of look around to make sure nobody's around. And
Catch sight of Kiesel finally, going down the steps and disappearing into below deck. Seems to be pretty short staff above the boat, probably because they're going and picking up breakfast. Anybody that can. Pretty good timing as to thinking it would be ready. So
great.
you have
Few minutes.
minimal crew above at this point in time. Zircon is manning the helm. There are 2 people, one at each of the mid-range ballistas that are in the middle of the boat. You guys are alone with the ballista at the front.
Cool.
And there's one other individual at back with Zircon, but only 4 people above deck. Nobody within earshot.
Excellent. And I'll kind of just be gazing out at the sea, not directly like looking at Alfred here, just kind of like shoulder to shoulder, as much as I can from being like 3'5" or something. Just kind of look out. You know, just before we left, I had a terrible dream. You ever have bad dreams?
Yeah, I mean, I do trouble with sleep sometimes. I'm always thinking about something and not always the best at keeping my thoughts in line, I guess.
Sure. I mean, I'm not talking about an average bad dream. Have you ever had one beyond average?
I don't know if I would call it beyond average. I mean, I've had some bad
Has anyone died in
nightmares.
your dreams recently? Turned to ash? I'm gonna like turn my body to look at him.
Yes.
Someone you care about and love.
Yes.
He's not been defeated.
Yes. I know.
I'm going to ask you a question. It might be difficult. I'll accept if you don't want to answer, but think about it.
I would just like look around anywhere but at Vol.
Did he speak to you?
Yeah. Did he speak to you?
Of course. What did he say? If it would make you feel more comfortable, I'd be happy to share first.
He said don't forget our deal.
I was quite worried of that. I had a similar reminder.
It was just the last thing he said before he showed me an image of my sister being cut in half on the battlefield. I don't know what he's going to ask of me, but I don't know if I really have a choice in this.
If it comes down to it, we'll kill him. We'll save them.
I would love for that. I really would. I guess the devil is in the details, right?
Julie. For what it's worth, he spoke to me, showed me something I desire greatly, and mentioned a bargain struck is a bargain bound. And there before me, Jayla turned to ash. I haven't had a bad dream since then, but we should keep our eyes for anyone else who may be having them.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We need to figure out what our next course of action is, I guess.
Yes.
I'm scared.
That seems appropriate. On the plus side, we've seen his face. It gives us a lead. And when we get back to Six Bells, I'm going to take some time and help us plot a course to finding out, at least how to find out, what this devil is. I want you to believe me. I'll get us all out of this. We'll save your sister. I'll stake my life on that. And I'll pull out a small dagger and just kind of like point it at my chest as I say that.
Please don't. But I appreciate it. I know we're gonna get through this. I have to believe it. I really do. We'll get everyone out. We'll get Jayla out. We'll get my sister. And we'll figure out how to end all of this without doing anything terrible.
I doubt we'll be that lucky, but we'll get out.
Well,
we'll do terrible things.
At least things that I think that we can justify. There are things that are weighed. Sometimes you do have to do some bad things. But I would hope that they're at least for good reasons. Or for good ends.
I'd like that as well. Now, before anyone gets too suspicious, we should choose. Do we tell everyone? We don't have to come out with it immediately, but I didn't want to pry last night, but I could tell you weren't telling the truth.
Well, yeah, we need to tell them. And it should be sooner rather than later, actually.
I'd agree with that.
About now, you start to notice crew members coming back above board and just catch a glimpse of the back of Kiesel's head as he comes up the steps.
Awesome.
Well, let's get some oatmeal and
absolutely. Life's a lot easier on a full stomach.
Yeah. Oh man, I love oatmeal. It's such a classic Barallian breakfast.
You know,
can I get a read on their faces as I've come back?
I mean, they're talking about oatmeal, sure. Not sure how much you're going to pick up from oatmeal, so disadvantage.
Oh wait, no, shit. That was supposed to be a type of roll, right?
Yeah, it'd be insight.
Oh jeez, all right, let me reroll that.
It's a good one to reroll.
You're supposed to reroll that 3.
There we go.
You don't pick up. Well, I guess you guys give me rolls in the tower.
Okay.
For deception or persuasion as to how much of a good, strong face you're putting on as to being okay.
At least it's not performance, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on. I gotta find. Where's the tower? Sorry. It's down here. I've got too many panels open. Oops. All right, get out of here, Zircon. Get out of here, Captain.
I don't know what. Like we're talking about oatmeal.
It's just how much of a face you're putting on that you're fine. That's all this is. So, are you fine? Persuasion. If you're not fine, deception.
Volt's always fine.
Alfred
Everything's
is better.
Should we
They
tell
seem
them
okay.
to unearmuff at this point?
They're not there yet, so no. I will in a second.
Kiesel will just raise a very suspicious eyebrow. You look at Vault, you look at Alfred and just go, so you weren't talking about the nightmare that Alfred had or anything like that?
We were.
And you knew that I knew, right?
Well, now I do.
Well, you're not a very good liar.
Yeah, I know.
I know you tried. Was it like about your sister? Was it like an Infernus?
Yeah. Well, have you talked to? I'll look at Vault and have you talked to him about it?
I don't think we've had the time.
Well, you know, it's funny. I was going to find a way to send Vault out so I could confront you, and then he found a way to send me out. So, it's quite funny how that works out. But you know, we're all here together. But
Great
I don't.
minds think alike, isn't that?
Indeed.
But
I almost don't want to pry too hard though, because it looked very serious. But was it like? Did it feel real?
It felt very real, but for the sake of not having to repeat myself, let's go get everyone else and sort of make this one thing, right?
I think it would be in everybody's best interest.
And at least somewhere where.
And
very private.
Yeah, I would have been here sooner, but she kept asking me what Salinas was, and I started to panic. So I only grabbed a few things.
Is the oatmeal ready?
I don't know, but she just really was more concerned about Salinas than the oatmeal.
Oh God.
Which
I really
one?
Hope she makes it right. It's so bad when they don't make it right.
I think she's making it with a lot of love. So.
Do you prefer your oatmeal to be more wet or more dry? I personally am a bit more on the dry side.
In this kind of context, I'm not sure which I'm more comfortable answering.
What do you mean context?
Oh, nothing. Let's just rendezvous with the others. I'll let. We'll
Why
talk
are you
about this
looking like that?
I believe it's
What
a
am I
birds and the
missing?
bees joke, sir.
I know how reproduction happens.
Well, then, if you did, you wouldn't call it reproduction.
Vault is gonna double over laughing and just kind of walk down to the kitchen. That was hilarious.
You're proposed. And I'll grab Alfred by the shoulder and just be like, come on, let's just get everybody.
Alfred is stunned.
Right, as you guys are heading back down below, you would meet up with Zedri, who's got the tea ready. Jofrider, who had picked up his breakfast and was heading back up to the deck. You can grab him along the way, and Salinas is still back in the room, having just received his tea from Zedri.
Yeah, I'll grab Jofrider and tell him it's raining, with air quotes, and to come and eat meals with us.
Was it still drizzling, or did it get like harder?
Yeah, no, it's still just light rain.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys all back together in your chambers. Door shut, door open.
Shut the door.
All right.
For sure. Yeah.
How's breakfast, everyone?
It's breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't really make it right. The oatmeal's a little. It's fine. It's fine.
Salinas, have you seen your lover tonight?
I'm just having tea.
Lover?
Oh, she's very curious on where you were this morning.
I let her down pretty easy.
Oh, so you're the reason the
You're
oatmeal
tight, man.
tastes like this. Oh, no, Salinas.
It's not my fault.
Wait.
Don't get to blame this on
Literally
me.
is.
Are
Yeah,
you
no,
involved with the cook?
No, that's the point.
Are you saying if you were involved with the cook, this could have tasted better?
I'm
No.
saying if I was him, I would have slept with the cook and done you all a favor.
I don't even know if the oatmeal would have been made then.
I'm just
But-
doing you a favor.
No, I'd get tired.
Kiesel, you are welcome to sleep with the cook.
She does not give a shit about me, though. I am not you.
But if we need to do some potato peeling lessons so you can have better breakfast, then that's a you problem.
Well, I mean, we're going to be in
I'm
Portland.
having
What does potato
Having
peeling have
tea.
to do with?
We'll be in Port, like, in a few hours, I believe, so maybe for the return trip, but I'm planning on taking some of the crewmates out for drinks. Which, I also wanted to go into some sort of planning, actually, but maybe before we start, and I'll kind of shift towards towards young Fireheart, Alfred.
How's he look? Is he? How is Alfred's disposition?
Confused.
All right, I'm gonna just interrupt as that's there. I've seen the dreamer.
Oh, I'm awake. Holy shit.
Your crew's like stopping mid-by and looking at him like, huh?
Kiesel just
Cedric's
stares like
uncorking
intently.
Cedric's uncorking one of the brown bottles.
Oh no!
Probably a good idea. Why don't we pass a shot to everyone? This will make the news a lot easier.
So wait, did Alfred have a dream about that, or did you also?
It was me first.
No.
Oh. Oh no.
Just before we left port.
Oh.
But I've seen his face. It gives us information.
Well, what does he look like?
Diep! He's, I believe he was a
Hair.
red-faced, horned individual. Am I correct on that?
Tall, dark, and handsome.
Nah, that was the speaker.
The one in my dream, though.
Oh.
Correct.
Was the black scaled lizard-like serpentine creature with
I thought you
glowing
said I
purple
saw
eyes?
red dude, red-faced dude.
You saw both.
Okay. Fair enough. Well,
Oh,
I would
boy,
relay
more.
that I've seen both.
It looks like the giant snake creature that we had to kill to get out.
I believe he's scared.
Well, then if he's scared, why doesn't he leave us the fuck alone?
I don't know
Yeah,
that answer.
what he said.
You must need us for something.
Oh, we
Well-
were done with this.
We played his game. Is anybody looking, by the way, as we're having this, like...
We're in our quarters, dude. Doors shut.
Oh, we are?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is not happening out in
I thought we were at the lunch table.
No, God, no.
Oh, no,
Not letting that happen.
Zedri, I think you're right. We played his game. No one else was willing to. We followed the rules, and we got out. And from what I can find, there isn't any other documentation of this phenomenon happening. So we might be first, at least in a long time, to win his game, which makes us different.
Did we win?
Well,
we got out.
Okay.
we're awake.
But
is
I mean, it was at his sort of doing as well. We didn't really like beat him and get out.
I've been thinking about this. Now, don't really have any evidence for this right now, but it is a theory I have been thinking about for a little bit. We were in the dream before we entered the Dreamer's Inn. There was no path. There was no indication, no way to get out of the dream until we got into the inn, and then there was a laid out set of rules for us to follow, trials that were doable, and then a way out. It's possible the Dreamer isn't all evil.
So is he wanting to get in contact with us to... For what exactly?
To worship
No
him?
clue.
My guess is that he needs us for something. Maybe
Oh,
he's
he can-
trapped and needs
Well,
to escape.
Trying to help people out? Or...
I believe that he is very evil, and if I get the chance, I'll kill him myself.
Yeah, he can
my
fuck
ad-
right off.
He's threatened Jayla.
He's threatened my sister.
I do have a small lead. It's not much, but when I was in the tavern, a fair number of merfolk died while we were separated. I have an idea of where that took place. I'd like to, and a not too far-flung future, to go to the physical space and see if they were real. It would be an ease off my consciousness if they weren't.
Would we have to travel down south for that?
It's probably too far for this journey. Would probably be separate, but it's on the same continent we're aiming for. I believe it's not far from Nightguard, if I'm right about that. Was it kind of
Yeah.
roughly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So north of the Sky Mountains, and
What do you mean that he threatened me assist him? And Zedri's like looking at Alfred.
So he turned to me, and when we were going out, when we were trying to get out, he had asked if we would be willing to make a deal, and everyone gave their answer, I suppose.
it sounds a fair guess.
He said, "Don't forget ours," as an image of my sister was cleaved in half on the battlefield. That I can only suppose is the conflict at hand.
Did you make a deal
No.
with the Dreamer?
I did.
I know what happened. You two were the ones that in that room. The speaker, you were the ones that said yes.
No, but that's one of the ones that I remember. No, he asked us, but we went in the.
I want you guys
There
to see
was
something.
everybody looked different.
And I'm gonna pull my ear and turn it towards the group. I'm gonna show them the scar.
Which so you all would see that
My
very
right ear.
thin crescent mooned symbol that you've seen repeatedly when you were in the Dreamer's End.
At which point, Alfred will see Bolt do it and show his own, where he feels the icy cold feeling.
It is
A bit of a predicament.
that
what does he want y'all doing?
I don't know. That's a great question. And the more I think about it, the more I'm scared because, I mean, I don't want that to happen. You know?
Oh, yes.
I'll cut my
There
ear
are-
off before I serve him.
I don't think that's going to do much.
That's why I haven't done it yet.
Well, there is some more powerful purification type magic that I know of. I'd have to do some research. It's probably within my capabilities, but no guarantee that that would work either.
I haven't found a solution, and I've been looking for over 8 weeks.
I'm really sorry, but I don't know if you all went through exactly the same thing. Whenever we were back in that room, but the amount of emotional turmoil that I felt whenever I had to say no to something like that for various reasons. The idea that something similar you could possibly be subjected to, however that works out. Did you get something?
I must say, it seems to be one of the worst trade deals in the history of trade deals.
What did you trade for? What did you get in return?
To be honest, I was a bit distressed. I believed I was taking a family contract. So my family turned into imps and tried to slay all of you.
I would like to point out that you have been sitting on this for 8 weeks.
Yes.
Let's not glaze over that fact.
No, I can't. I'm not going to hold both of you responsible because the deal for me was that my parents would be proud of me, and I said no. So I can only imagine that if for some reason we were all offered deals, that it was probably something pretty tantalizing, and maybe something that you
Actually, that's almost the same deal I was offered.
couldn't have done on your own.
That
So I am
and,
with the
to be honest, I
implications.
think it... I'm not sure if this is actually part of it, but he did mention that if I accepted the deal that my family was giving me, then we would have an escape for the tavern. I'm not sure if I got anything. Not sure if we got out, if he let us out.
Right. Well,
To be in my own, I guess, redemptive corner here, I did tell Zedri, and I'm not sure if anyone else during the tavern, immediately following, actually. But memories do work as they do, imperfectly.
right.
So just like hitting his forehead as he's like trying to remember.
Right. Well, if part of your deal was a way out, perhaps you got your end fulfilled. Alfred, what was your promise?
It was it was mostly in the same vein of keeping everyone safe and my family being proud of me and getting a way out as well. It was, I mean, it was the things that I wanted.
Damn, does that count as a memory? Can I say that out loud?
Oh yes, this is burned into your memory. This is what the deal was.
Oh, great! Awesome.
Nice having story tabs in here that I can go drag those. I'm like, where's my notes?
Delicious. Well,
Yeah.
I've got it. I know what I got, I guess.
Would in the Aurora's domain, with justice and order and everything, would perhaps contracts be involved in her domain as well?
Law? Contracts?
Law? Yeah, contracts. Law?
Litigation.
Not so much on the contract end. She would be more the equity end of things than the actual formal reaching agreements. It'd be a matter more of fairness with her. Contracts would fit more into the commerce god.
Okay.
Which one is the commerce god? Sorry, DM.
Yeah.
Infernus?
All right, never mind, because I thought for a second there maybe she was the commerce god too, and she is. So yes, it would still be within her.
Hey.
I thought I'd made
All right.
commerce god. My bad.
All right. Looks like I have another letter to write.
Sorry, it just occurred to me. This kind of bit of a. Have you ever had a song or melody stuck in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most constantly.
I have. Oh, then you'll love this. I could tell you exactly what the deal was. It's kind of like that, stuck in the back of my head. Quote. I offer you this in exchange for one future favor of my choosing that I may call at any time. I shall set you and your friends here free from this realm. Further, I will grant your family wealth and safety in these troubled times. Lastly, I will assist you in obtaining that which you truly desire, the respect of your ancestors, and a legacy greater than your first line. There is no negotiation. Take it or leave it.
Kiesel begins to laugh out loud.
That was
Just in the middle of that, just like busts out laughing.
terrifying.
Oh man, wow, that sounds like a bunch of shit. I mean, you expect me to believe some all-powerful, all-knowing, some sort of entity of magic or godhood sounds worse than some sort of Avarian scammer? I mean, please. The offer vaults wealth beyond your wildest imaginations. Oh, is that some... What low effort. Oh, the respect of your family? I mean, yeah, that sounds like shit that I would like, and it... I don't know, this... He seems to really not be good at having deals. I mean, granted, he put us away for a month. But... Yeah, that... I don't know. This unsettles me deeply, but it just... This guy just... sounds so unprofessional, you know? It definitely sounds like he's trying to get something when he says, oh, the things that you have, I can give you more of those. And it's like, well, it's kind of not, you know... Because I'm sure, Volt, the last thing that you would really need or want is money outside of to give it away. It's not like that's... You know...
I do want to make my family proud.
Oh, I mean, sure, but things like that have to be earned, not given. Some entities just can't give you respect, or you know, it's... I don't know, that just seems like he dangles some sort of unobtainable thing out of hope that you would be desperate. I don't know, this guy's a punk, and he's just annoying, and this is some bullshit. Don't fall for these tactics, because that's what these are.
I'm sorry, but fortunately I already have.
Well... For next time, then. God damn it! Ah!
Linus pipes up very softly. I understand, Volt. Not the only one with a different being.
Truly, yes, thank you. I promise I would rather die than follow him, if it comes to it.
You're both right. I mean, it's hard. Like Kiesel's saying, yeah, the logic isn't there, and you should do these things yourself. But in the moment, I think it was less about that and more about the emotions that we had.
Manipulation.
At least
You were all manipulated into making a choice.
I would argue it was under duress, and to be completely transparent, I assumed the deal wasn't actually final until my dream before we left.
Well, now the tax collector's here for his share.
It seems.
you got a tattoo to prove it.
And just again, it's this back here. I've been using every leveraged contact I can to puzzle this together, and unfortunately I'm not at a dead end, but still waiting for an answer.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not upset that. Okay, maybe a little bit. Maybe I'm just a little disappointed. But I'm not angry at the fact that you two are in this situation, because I can't be angry. But I am angry that this asshole is here and now he's going to bother us. So I'm not mad at you for the situation that you've put in, but I am mad that you did put us in this situation now.
Surely.
It's, you know, it's
quite just.
The fact that you detailed that out so much makes me not believe you.
I mean, you cannot believe me just as I didn't believe you earlier, but I've no reason to not be honest here.
I accept if you are. It seems reasonable. I'm mad at myself, but it doesn't change what is and what needs to be done. And as I said,
One favor.
I'd kill myself before serving him.
Don't do that. Please don't kill yourself.
I
Yes,
won't,
please.
because I don't think it'll be useful. Same as my ear. It's just all the same.
So, one favor of his choosing. We're bound to do one job for him. What is the wording of the contract? He hasn't called that in yet. And so you are under no obligation to do anything for him until he tells you.
I would assume
What
he
is-
has to give me what is on the other half of that bargain if I'm supposed to do something for him. So maybe if I make my family hate me, then he can't win.
Are you trying to find loopholes in
course.
whatever happened back there?
Of
If
course,
possible, yes.
any bad contract, you have to look for loopholes to immediately get the fuck out of it.
It would be
No,
preferable.
we communicate what's already happened. If you get some I don't know, burning sensation from whatever that thing is behind your ear, and it's like, hey, do this, then you let us know, and
Oh, sure.
and you communicate, and we'll stop you. That's fine.
Right, but I'm just saying in the list of potentialities, it's good to have an idea of how to potentially break a contract by forcing him to not be able to deliver. If my family hated me, there's no way my ancestors could respect me, right?
Yeah, but
Is an
he's
option.
Volt, please let me. Please don't try and foil this.
No,
Will
don't think
not
it's a good
end.
idea.
I don't think it will end good for you. Do you want to try and make your family hate you, and then have the dreamer magically enforce that they have to like you?
Ooh. That doesn't sound good either.
Oh. You can't beat a magic contract, Volt.
Could we
You have to just do
kill
what
him?
he says.
Can we kill him before then? That sounds nice.
I mean,
You kill a fucking god!
I'll
it's like
do
asking
anything.
it's like asking if you could kill like Aurora or Briar. Not that we would, but hypothetically. You know.
I think he'll bleed, and I think we can kill him.
Here's my worry.
That's why I
Who's to say?
gathered us all together. To be honest.
Who's to say that part of this contract hasn't already been fulfilled? And what if you get sucked back into that place?
Then I'll
If
be a lot
if you
closer
try
and
to
I'll stab
weasel
him.
your way out of it.
Most of the options I have thought of include get close, hit him with the pointy side, and hope that's enough.
And what if he makes you do something What if he makes you kill an innocent person?
Then
Or
I'll kill myself. If I can't get to
think
him,
that
then
we
I won't
should-
let my body be used against me.
We
What
should
if you-
wait and see what he asks for. Perhaps it's just to do what he says.
Depends on what it is.
I mean, yeah. What if it's like evil, like go burn down an orphanage and then dance on the ashes? That's kind of fucked up.
That would make my family hate me. It probably negates the contract. So
Well,
that
I think that
actually
would
is a
make.
good point.
I think that would make everybody hate you. To be honest,
I'd hate myself.
indeed.
I don't. I feel like if it's the dreamer and it's these stupid games that we're talking about and things like that, maybe it's just something silly, and yeah, it might put you at ethical odds. But if it's like sneak something under the table or something like that, I mean, it's not great, but
Zedri, everybody.
yeah.
Are we still on the boat?
Yes.
I'm gonna take
Are
my
you
cane
sure?
and poke at Kiesel's belly with the bottom end, not the sharp, obviously. Just poke him.
Alfred's just gonna sniff for the salted fish. Smells like it.
I'll reach for the door. Can I open the door back into the room outside?
Yeah.
What's it look like? Big guy?
You see Vandana finishing up, working on dishes. As she catches your eyes. You gonna help this time? There's a lot.
I'll close the door. Okay. Vandana's still out there. And she's asking for help. The last tavern owner didn't ask for help. He just said, what could I get you?
And didn't have a name.
Vandana is a name, so
Yes.
we're still on the boat.
Probably.
So then we're fine. How did your dreams feel like lifetimes, or was it just kind of over when it started?
I mean,
Did you
I could
feel?
relay the dream. It was very simple. I was at home playing with my
Yeah,
sister,
but
went under a table, turned into a hallway, found Putnam's treasure, was very happy. Jayla was there. Some evil entities showed up. They reminded me I kind of owe them. Jayla turned to ash. I woke up sweating. Seemed like a bad dream.
Intimidating, yeah.
Yo,
Reminded me of
did you
what's up news.
Did anyone
did
else
you do
strike a
anything-
bargain?
did you make a deal at all?
I refused his deal.
So did I.
He made
Great.
the exact same deal to me, actually.
What a
Here's my
loser.
thing.
Not even unique. I feel so cheap.
That's what I told you.
You two have someone coming after you, and Zedri's pointed over at Kiesel and Salinas. So you two are implicated, and you two went ahead and made this deal. So you two are implicated.
Zedri, what deal did me and Salinas make outside of telling the guy to go fuck himself? Because that's what I did, and I haven't
Maybe the
had
fact
any
that you went
nightmares.
ahead and abandoned a job, and you just decided to leave, and you just decided to not look back. So whatever happened there,
All right, Zedri. Let's talk about the net.
Okay. No.
You choose to die and not run away and save your life? I do not believe that for a second.
I feel like that was a little out of pocket. I'll point to Zedri. That was a little out of pocket. The details, it was still a little murky. I don't know why you would hold that over to us. That seems kind of weird. I told him to go fuck himself. You told him the same thing. I'll point to Alfred and Salinas.
Is that correct? Can we all confirm that? Any other
I remember
bargains
that
we
one
should know of?
vividly.
It would be useful.
When I spoke back, I said I would not fall for your tricks, and I already knew who Kangol was, and I wasn't going to fall the same path of like salvation and false hope that she fell down. And he said, "Oh, that was like a one-time thing. I won't, that. Don't worry about that. This is a new deal." And it was like, okay, he didn't even preposition me. I just asked him if the people I cared about would have been taken care of, and he was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. Just make a deal." So, He just sounds like some slumlord. He sounds like a gangster. You know what I mean? He's intimidating you because you loaned out some money, but he never really freed you or did his end of the bargain, did he? I mean, he freed us, but
He did offer to protect my family in these troubled times, and I'd do anything for my family. Sorry, it's a stupid weakness in this moment. Still, I apologize, but it is right if anyone needs to give me a hit or a shot or a stab or whatever would make... I'll give you my lump of flesh if it helps us get past this.
Right.
And if you want me to try, I know it will not be powerful enough magic, but I can try doing what I did to your headache to that brand. It's the first step of trying.
I haven't tested it, but if you wish, I will not object.
I'm offering. I don't think it will work. I'm offering
think it will either.
for your. Okay.
Piece of
All right.
mind.
Yes. I think that there's nothing more we can do right now.
I have actually one
information you
question
have.
to you, Silliness. I know, kind of all over the place here. When you made your bargain with Rora, do you think a god could override a bargain like this? Could I sell my soul to Briora, perchance? To break the
No.
bargain?
I am under the firm belief that whatever the dreamer is, has the same power as a god. You're the one that knows about religion. Are any of the gods stronger than any of the other ones?
DM! Are you the
Can
guy
I-
that was...
can I also make a check on that because I've been reading my religion books?
Yeah. You don't have to do a check. Just well, Kiesel, you do because you're just now learning stuff.
Just
But
now giving it. Yes, a 7.
you didn't get to that chapter yet. So.
I'll just stay calm. I'll just be like, I'll just be like, is there? Could they?
But yes, Vault, Zedri, the rest of you would all know that the gods are all considered to be equal power. That's why there's no competition between them. And that they don't fight each other. They don't come after each other. That's against the rules.
Well, my understanding is the gods are rather on even footing.
Yes.
Maybe how many gods do you think it would take to kill the Dreamer? If it's not us, could we enlist them?
It would have to be all 6. There's no way. 'Cause
Well,
wouldn't
we
that
have
create
one,
like a,
one in
a
our
power
corner with
imbalance?
Aurora, and if I strike a bargain with Briora,
I don't know. If
and everyone
Aurora's-
else here strikes a bargain with one deity, we might be able. If we need that level of power, I'll sell my soul. I've already done it once.
I will not allow that. No.
Neither would I.
None of you will do. No, none of you are going to do that.
No, that sounds like a really stupid idea. The last thing I want is a bunch of big people fighting over where my body gets to go, and okay, I wouldn't necessarily say Aurora's in our corner. I think she's just no. I don't think selling our souls to these deities to fight one would,
I think that we are in a position where we need to wait, see what happens. I will reach out to the person I know about this, who can continue to do some research. I think that way out of this is to do, perhaps, is just doing what he says.
Have you
right
heard-
now, I don't think there's any action we can do other than wait and see.
Are there any temples to Zephora when we would get to Barall?
No, there is one near Valderest up in the mountains.
I don't know if I'll have enough time.
No.
I want to go in and finish my thought from earlier before it got all nasty and stuff. Whenever I was talking about Yoverdy and I, the reason why I said that is because I feel like between the two of us, we might be able to protect you all. And that doesn't mean that we're the only ones, but I'm just saying that we're not implicated in whatever happened about this letter that you got, or whatever happened with these deals, which I do not hold it against you for, because I know what it was like being in a position like that. But Yoverty is like really, really strong. I'm not, but like I'm there too. So I mean, two people are pretty good, right? It's like 30%.
Fact of the matter is, whatever deal has been made, I have your backs. You have my support all the way. Whatever it comes down to, I'll be right there with you.
Always.
It means a lot. But if it comes down to it, please, choose yourselves over me. Please?
I cannot promise that.
I could maybe promise that, but don't be surprised if I switch my mind. I'm indecisive.
But it's honesty,
Okay.
but it's scathing.
Oh, goodness, I'm glad I took that shot. It really does make this easier. Oh, goodness.
So, we're supposed to be landing in port, and now I'm not so sure about taking the whole fucking crew out to drinking after I just all sold them on it.
I think we should at least solve one problem at a time.
Well, you know what? And I did want to bring that up. So I had a plan of loading the supplies, but I don't know. It sounds kind of stupid now that I think about it, because it involves us being really sneaky. But we have authority, so we don't really need to be sneaky. Actually, I'm kind of embarrassed now. I don't want to talk about it.
We have several weeks, and for what we're going to do in Barall, we could always just get the supplies and leave. Alfred, especially knowing now, would you want to go see your family?
I don't know if we necessarily have time for that. That would be quite a bit of a journey to cross the mountains.
Well, we have a little less than 4 weeks.
Sure, we could find some sort of transportation, either mounts or...
I mean, it took us 4 days, or will take us 4 days on each leg of this, right? If we just get the supplies back, find out what we can about your people, maybe there's some way we can make a itinerary that's less time-bound. I would hate for us to get sidetracked dealing with whatever stupidity we've gotten ourselves into before we at least solve one problem that we can directly solve. My vote would be get the supplies, get back, deliver them expeditiously, and then we're free of any overhang. Imagine, heaven forbid, we take a cart somewhere and get sidetracked in the worst ways.
I agree, but I also just want to make the most time that we're in Barall. I mean, we could probably just trot another boat, but you know, over here maybe there's some different resources that we could outreach to. You know, they said it was a very big. I don't know. Is it a very big religious community? I think.
Yeah, throughout the country, there are many religious groups.
Maybe we could seek some guidance with the Infernus worshippers. I mean, one of their own.
Really?
So, I mean, we could definitely shake hands and...
You're interested in learning more about Infernus?
I'm more interested in the corporation aspect, but if I have to learn more, I can.
I would actually quite like, if we were in a hypothetical future taking kind of a vacation aspect to this, a trip to learn more about Infernus would be quite nice.
And if we're trying to hit other places where we might find information, Interview, I know you've been Alt Maiden before. It's not too far away. Would there be anything useful there?
Went there once to board the ship. That was about it. Yeah, I mostly know stuff about my hometown. I hate to say it, but I'm not as well traveled as some of you. So I kind of stuck to what I knew before going on the journey to Six Bells and the ensuing chaos that was all of that time. But we made it eventually.
Or
So, what is our, I guess, someone said itinerary going to be?
Alfred, I think if we are to of this journey was going to be trying to find out more information about if your family was safe. So, whatever that entails for you, if that entails on a wagon make it to your hometown, and with them make it to Eagle Fall. Or if that just entails asking around port and to find out. Somewhere in between.
Yeah, perhaps you won't need to go all the way out west. But maybe sort of news of the war front has reached at least out here or on the coast.
DM question: is there a way I can just check to make sure that there's no one like eavesdropping on our door without like opening it? Can I like be seated and do that?
With your passive, you wouldn't hear any sign that there's anybody listening, but if you want to like actually check,
yeah, I'll check. At this point, like I think it would
but
be,
yeah, you can.
I think it would be a good idea to make sure that we are planning with less ears.
There were some raised voices.
Yeah.
Ooh, definitely a lot of yelling.
Dang.
We goods. All right. Cool.
Yeah, there no sign that anybody's listening in.
Cool. Thank you.
You can hear the dishes slowly being cleaned in the next room as Vandana's stuck doing them herself.
When we get done with this, if you'd like, I'm actually quite good with cleaning and stuff. I could work in the kitchens for you guys today to maybe get us a better oatmeal tomorrow.
I think that we have some time before we hit port. I don't think we can do anything any more steps with dreams at the moment without finding more information about what wants from you or what we could do. So we should do our best to get prepared for the day. I'm also going to go probably try and help Vandana.
Yeah, you're right. We don't need to worry about it more than we need to.
We can try and plan, but until we know what his intentions are, there's not really anything we can do.
Ooh, question. A few of you here are obviously skilled in magic. Is there anything we can do about fear? I felt I had to steel myself during that bit of a nightmare, so I wouldn't be frightened. And it worries me that if he can reach out to us in our dreams, that he could affect us the next day. Does that make sense? Is there anything that can be done? And I'm gonna look over towards like Salinas and Zedri and Alfred about like fear effects.
I know of mind shielding magic. Of it, I don't know much about it. It would be something else I would have to do research into.
Do you think we could make a helmet that shields our minds from him?
That would be an Alfred question, I think.
That sounds interesting. I don't necessarily know too many things about the minds. It's such an It's funny how it works. The mind is so complex, but it's so complex that it can't understand itself, it seems. Um, I I wish I had an answer for you. I don't know how exactly to shield from fear.
Fair enough. Well, I'll write it down and we'll keep it on the back burner, so to speak. There are many projects we can get ourselves into. I think that it would be good, though. I do echo the idea. Itinerary. So, we make landfall. Do we immediately pick up the cargo and put it on the boat? I think that it would be a liability if we plan to do anything else. And we should plan for the worst as far as a return trip. It may take more than 4 days. I would hate for us to be late on a technicality.
I've been working with Eudoxia on that one. I mean, I was actually thinking about it last night too, and I thought of another way that I might be able to help out with speeding up the process a little bit. I will admit, Eudoxia is a very quick learner. She kind of just like picked up what I put down and then immediately started doing it. So I can try to teach as much as I know.
As you're saying that, you can just hear like a little bit of the chorus of your song going up above the deck. As you feel a crash against the back of the ship and lurch forward.
Selenius, at this point, Selenius is going to excuse himself and head into the galley.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, that's just... I guess I don't know what our plan is, and I would like to help us accomplish it. I'm here for, well, Kiesel, you, and our new busboy, Salinas here. Left, I guess. And I'm just like kind of stammering because I was like, what?
Well, I suppose we'll take it one step at a time. We'll make landfall and see how the town looks, I suppose.
Well, I liked your... I think you had the idea, Vault, of just, like, getting back on the boat and getting this over and done with. As soon as we checked in and made sure everything was okay with my family. Because I feel like, not that I don't love my home country, but Barall is not really known for anything much more than grain exports. I don't know how many resources we could glean from it in terms of
libraries or occult information.
Right. We're very simple people.
Well,
okay.
As soon as we have our plan, made landfall, check whatever information we can find from your family, and get the goods, head back.
Whether it's the captain or the first mate who need to get the ledger for the goods, I can also make sure that I cross-reference as well, and make my own, so that we can keep track in multiple places.
Absolutely lovely. Always have some redundancy built in.
Alfred, that device you used to make me larger, could that make other objects smaller?
Yeah, actually. I have another one that's sort of like the opposite. It's sort of inverted.
If we took the large crate of this wine and shrunk it down for ease of transport, that'd be a good idea.
Could
Possibly?
we store it in your
At least get it to
bag,
the
then?
ship.
Combine the
Maybe.
two. Is there any problem putting magic inside of magic? You ever tested that?
No, let's do it.
I think that would be a great idea not to test on a boat.
I mean, if I can get the device around the entire crate, then yeah, it would be able to shrink it.
And then we could just have one bag to guard, a lot harder to steal from than a slew of crates or something.
I think Alfred should be in charge of that. And Zinter's going to hand it over super quick to Alfred at mention of magic and magic and not on a ship.
The problem is that I can't really like make it small forever. It has a limited time.
Well, at least until we get it into this room here, where we know it's secure behind a locked door.
I'll turn to Salinas and go,
He's not in the room.
oh, Salinas is not in the room.
No,
No,
he's
he
doing
walked
dishes.
out.
Oh, word, yeah, he did that. Oh, my bad, memory hole. I don't turn to Salinas. I will just kind of look down at my feet. Wow, this has to be the absolute smartest group of mercenaries I've ever worked for.
Is that a joke?
No, genuinely, I was thinking we would have to lift this thing up and haul it, but yeah, no, we just shrink it and put it in a pocket and then just give it to Anuria, full size. That's incredibly smart.
If it works, it would be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Well, we would just sleep easy for the trip back.
I do have an extra lock if it was necessary, but I checked the locks and actually watched the cruise going about, so I feel like we can do a good job protecting this.
If I'm not able to get it down to size, I guess, I have another option for moving it as well. It's sort of just like, it'll glide along.
Ooh, lovely.
Shouldn't be too bad.
Oh, like Xanathy.
Sure? Yeah?
Yeah, like you had a floating behind us, like a...
Yeah.
Yeah, like a kite.
Yeah, that's... Wow. Sorry, it's been a while back, yeah.
Before we break here, you all have ingratiated yourselves with different departments of the crew and areas of the ship. Is there anything that I can do before I take on my job of being security for our cargo? I could clean dishes. I haven't offered anything. I've just been trying to keep a low profile, actually.
Elena seems pretty friendly with the cook. I would say that I've probably gotten in good with the ship's mage, and then the captain, and then Zircon, and then Kiesel. I saw you talking with a few other people.
The cook didn't take up as nearly as much of a liking to me as she did to Salinas, and the few people I did talk to, I was really just trying to feel out who was more of the alcoholic type who might be interested in offloading some contraband booze, but I haven't really learned much or really gotten to talk to. I pissed off the bosun because I broke the thing the other day.
Yeah,
so
she did not like that.
If anything, I'm really better off just being in the room by myself because I obviously can't be trusted to socialize or be near the people.
You're being hard on yourself.
In there with you.
It just fucked up, a couple. I was just trying, and everybody looked at me differently, and it rubbed me some type of way. So I'm okay just sitting here and writing in my book until we get there. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. This is just has me a little distraught as well.
Well.
But no, to answer your question, Zedri, you all have made more friends than I have here.
Yo, Freddie, Alfred, what about the two of you?
I haven't found anything really useful. Crews seem to more or less keep to themselves.
I mean, I've been talking to Angela. It's been decent getting some distraction to work on around the ship. Yeah, as I said before, she was not happy with Kiesel, but she seemed to she's gotten over it, I think. Yeah, no, that's about it. I haven't been as prolific, I guess, as some of y'all.
All right. It doesn't sound like I'm needed for anything, actually. Good. I guess I will keep my eyes and ears open, and if there's anything, please let me know. Otherwise, I guess we're good until we make land. That sound correct?
Yeah, if we can all just keep an eye out.
Oh, gosh, one last thing. Can I have a good berry for this oatmeal before I finish it? It's getting cold and
Oh yeah, it's quite cold at this point in time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Alfred put his spoon in it and has turned it upside down.
Yeah.
Zedriel offer out the berries
Yes,
for
I
people
love
to have them. Every time he casts it, he's trying to improve upon the recipe. So he's trying to add a little bit more sweetness this time.
Okay, so as you break from your discussion, you notice that it's the warmest it's been in your entire trip at this point in time. It actually is cool temperatures. We made it above 50. Definitely still not pleasant. Still light precipitation up above deck. Very low winds, not a whole lot to work with. Eudoxia is doing what she can to keep the boat moving, but definitely you guys are lagging behind what the schedule had been. So not likely that you are going to reach there tomorrow. It is probably going to be at least a day behind at this point in time, despite Zedri's best efforts to help out with that case. It's kept things fairly well on track, but you're still a ways out. Pass the day pretty quietly. If anybody has anything in particular that they do during the rest of the day, send that to me as DMs, because I'm going to fast forward us a little bit to the evening. As everybody's starting to retire for the evening, head down below decks. You guys sequester yourselves away in your room until you are met with Vault. With your 18 passive perception, you are the first one to pick up the smell of smoke coming from somewhere in the ship. And as you investigate, as you dutifully would, looking out the door, you see that there is the beginning of a fire below deck.
Oh, shit.
As can't tell where it came from, but it is starting to get out of hand.
I would like to investigate that as fast.
You will have to wait and do that next week.
Oh, there's a fire on the boat!
Nice.
As we have the fire sound effects start up, there is a fire on the boat, and that is where we will pick up next week. So,
Hooray!
So everybody roll d20s for our wrap-up stuff. For those of you not in the know, at the end of every session, we do a vote on MVRP, which is most valuable roleplay moment within the session. We also have each character go through as to a question they have after the session, and then their favorite moment or part of the session will be the last thing we go over. And if there are people available in the chat, awesome. We invite you to participate as well, but if there isn't anybody, we'll keep moving. So, Kiesel, looks like you are top of the order on MVRP vote.
Oh, geez. Good rolls, guys.
Walt and Salinas need to roll off.
I don't think of a better part that caught me more off guard than Zedri's song. I thought that was great. It was charming, it was cute, and I think most importantly, as usual, very in character.
Cedric.
Mine is going to go ahead and toss it right back at Ernie. Kiesel is going to get my vote this evening for his in character fight against what this deal was. And it was very much able to see, based on what Kiesel's been through, of course that was the idea. And the difficulty of him being why would you not also think this way? It was really nice to see that. And even the growth that he's had, and that he made maybe little tiny concessions that at the very beginning of this, I would not see him doing, but it's really nice to see that. I appreciate it.
Vault.
I'm gonna go with Mr. Alfred. I like what he's been getting into. I like the things that kind of get him excited. Who he's working with the ship. I like watching Fantasy Grounds crash and compile. I really think that I just feel like there's little just things throughout the session that I just really found very nice. Even the Alfred getting excited about Infernus. Anytime someone's wait, Church of Infernus, you're interested in going there? I'll help you. You know, like that just kind of just, it's like, there's like little nudges like that across the board. Or like Cybil, like, I tried. Listen, I'm trying to give that dog some good shit. You guys are really screwing the discipline up. Like, there's just like little moments. And I like that a lot. That was really good.
Slatus.
I'm going to have to give it to Alt. Because I feel like the cut off my ear if I need to. Oh, I don't think that's going to do anything. Well, that's why I haven't done it.
Great.
Just and then the following conversation about everything following that as well. I thought that was very good.
Alfred.
So I'll think of it as Edry. The song is just too cute. The song is
Too
just
good.
it fits so well, and it's everything that I would feel that Zedri like would make into it. Like it feels like Zedri did write it.
I thought you were flipping kidding when you said you had this song and you were going to send it to me and make me sing it. I'm like, yeah, whatever, okay. And then here it comes. Solid vote. Yofredir.
Yeah, I didn't think that you actually came up with a song either, but you're definitely getting it for that. That was awesome. And yeah, that was super creative and love it.
All right, Zedri, since you already have inspiration, who do you want to give inspiration to? We have only two people that don't. So Vault and Kiesel.
Well, I mean, I voted Kiesel for my one, and how could I possibly forget that you have a center of balance and you have a center of thinking, and then he put his thumb on his. So it's I got it.
Thank
All right,
you.
sorry you broke up. I didn't catch what you were doing.
Oh, I was making a reference to the fact that he said you have a center of balance and then you have a center of thinking, and he was talking about how Sylvanus casts Lesser Restoration.
Gotcha. All right, so Kiesel gets the inspiration point. 5 out of 6 sport and inspiration. We're gonna need to find something to use that up.
Man, yeah, I have a good character moment where I want to give somebody inspiration from a speech, but all you motherfuckers are so inspired that I don't need to.
All right, everybody roll again. That's a lot of dice.
Okay, we'll probably all use our inspiration next session so we don't die.
Means Zedri on the roll off. Let's go.
I walk into a tavern. Can I use my inspiration to roll a wisdom
game
save?
there.
Can I use my inspiration to not walk in?
I feel like keeping the door open.
Can I use my inspiration to make sure that it's safe?
We
The
all
door
use our
is-
So you
inspiration on
got
the same
bottom of the
check.
order again, so you're up on questions, Ernie.
Yeah. Well, not gonna lie. Last couple sessions, I haven't been very concerned, and you've made me very concerned tonight. So, Kiesel does not like the fact that Fuckwad Dreamer is, like he said, coming to collect his taxes. He lent out some money, and now he's looking for his payment, man. He's looking for his $200, and that does not please Kiesel at all. Very upsetting. Panicking of. Everyone else is settled on like, well, we'll deal with it when we deal with it. We need to resource gather, but Kiesel's still very much like, oh god, oh fuck, this is existential, and this is kind of the big fish on the plate. Also, he kind of wants to explore Barall, but I guess we have other shit to do. So, I mean, we're on a time limit, of course. We've got to make the boss happy.
Yofredir.
Boats do not set themselves on fire in the middle of the ocean. Who's the traitor? On
There we go. Thank you, Yofredir.
There's a pyromaniac.
Who set the fire?
Last thing I said was, we're in the middle of water. There's water all around us.
Vault.
Oh, boy. I think that fire is a pretty pressing concern, and yet I think in the back of Vault's mind, he's wondering, if the Dreamer's a god, can we kill gods? And if we can, does that mean I probably need to like get a god to kill a god? Like how does one go about killing potential gods?
How to kill a god.
Yeah. Without angering the ones that I like. Like, I have 6 that are pretty cool. Don't want to anger them by looking into that. You know what I mean? Like, there's like a... I'm not...
I didn't mean you.
It's like when you want to search something on Google and you're like, listen, FBI, don't take it serious. This is for role play. I'm writing a story about murder. This is not actually needing to know how to murder somebody. You know?
What you do, you take the axe and you swing down real hard.
Earmuffs, Briora.
Zedri.
Gosh, there's so many different things. The question of like what were these? Why were they having these dreams? And then figuring out like the reason for that. Zidru felt a little bit of relief that he felt immediately bad for, but like, how deep does it go? Is the wording, now that they're talking about loopholes and things, is it that like they're the one who has to carry it out, or is it that like they could ask anybody else and like their ring of contacts? So how to future proof as much as possible. Because yeah, just never take Alfred to see his family again. Cool. Now we have another person who can't see their loved one. Great. Awesome.
Salinas.
Thing that the question been sitting on the back burner for a little while for Salinas, and been brought back to the forefront is, how does one break a magical contract? That's definitely on the front, and similarly, not quite as much of a back burner, but the dreamer has been brought back to the forefront in his mind, and the ruminations he's had on dream in general and what the dreamer is, where exactly morally does the dreamer stand, is like what kind of the theory he had posited to the rest of the party earlier in the session. Like that sort of thoughts.
Alfred.
2 questions. One akin to our very, very smart, historically buff barbarian. Why is there a fire in the middle of the ocean? And then 2, akin to another one of our party members, how would you kill a god? Like, how would you get rid of this entity? How would you, like, this person is threatening like everything, and now Alfred feels very stupid for the choices that he has made. So he wants to kill the person that has made him feel stupid.
I'm really sorry about, with all this talk about gods and like taxes being due, I can only imagine the dreamer is the IRS. So we want to commit tax fraud and we want to kill the IRS.
I want to just be clear that this is said on stream. We are talking about fantasy entities. This is nothing that anyone needs to concern themselves with. Yes, it is.
Yeah. I'm just glad that Alfred wants to kill the guy that made him look stupid, and him thinking it's the dreamer and not Kiesel for that sick burn that you fucking got in. I'm like, oh, bro, thank God that one just kind of got swept under the rug, because that one.
Yeah, roll again. It's cool when all 6 colors are on the board.
Did somebody roll? Yeah, okay, I'm not first again. Thank God.
Alfred, you ended up first. For favorite moment.
I mean, it has to be dreaming. That was very well done. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, and I'm sorry that no one else got to hear it.
Well, I'm glad you guys talked about it, because then, like, you guys could choose to watch that portion of it without giving a ton away. So,
oh, I didn't think about that. Boy, howdy, that sounds like a good idea. Thanks, Coach.
Oh yeah, no, like I could not speak the entire time. It was just, it was scary.
Yofredir.
No matter what we do and what we've been through, the whole party can still sit down in a room. No matter what it is we're talking about, we can still poke fun at each other and have a good conversation.
Kiesel.
Man, you know, there's a lot of favorite moments, but the one that's in my head in this very moment, which will be bound to change in 5 minutes, but the one that I can think of right now is just having this budding one-sided romance sprout in front of me between the cook and Salinas, and just, you know, trying to tell Salinas, and he's really not getting it, and he's really just trying to convey how uncomfortable he is, and Salinas being like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, all right, son, death by snoo it is, because I can't help you.
Sendry.
I think my favorite moment, being in that room. But I want to specifically note that we have historically been horrible about checking the door. And shout out to the fact that we actually had people checking the door this time to make sure. Oh my gosh, we needed Vault so much in the party. To hold us accountable, because otherwise we would have a whole. We brought out a freaking treasure map and we talked about it in front of somebody else. So I appreciate that.
Let's not talk about that.
Paul.
Oh man, this is one of those sessions, which I feel like I'm gonna say this like almost every week, where I'm like, it's tough to choose a favorite moment. Like, I feel like I could give you like a favorite moment every 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, this was a good, for like a pretty like low key session. But I think I want to do like a top 10, like a tier list here for this one, but I'll make it short. So the real top is, I honestly think the birds and bees and oatmeal conversation was probably my favorite. Like, dude, I don't get it. Like, how does moistness of oatmeal mean anything? What does that have to do with it? It's just
Okay, from that sort of like interaction, like thread, freaking Kiesel's remark to Alfred about
Yes.
That's reproduction.
You're calling it reproduction. You don't know it.
You don't use the word reproduction.
All right, AJ, add that to the list of images we need is birds and bees and oatmeal. And then we have to come up with some way for ergonomic needs to be turned into something, because that has become a running comment anymore.
We're going to put that on a t-shirt.
Yes.
Ergonomic.
It's ergonomic.
Salinas, favorite moment.
I think that my favorite parts of the session, I want to start. I'm going to be like Vault. I'm trying to give a top 10. I'm going to start out with a shout out to the DM for setting up the mega plot twist drop at the end of this with the dreams happening. That totally blindsided me. That was great. But my favorite parts of this session were legitimately just having a nice conversation with Prettier than having a nice conversation with Zedri about their like normal stuff, about their like home stuff, and having a couple chats over some meals. Just really enjoyed that. Thought it was nice.
All right. Well, that brings us to the close for tonight. So, thank you to all of you watching live, on demand, whatever. We appreciate all of you. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope to see more of you. And that concludes our tale for tonight. And till next time.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.